It's on you, and that's why these haters is at you. So just keep on doing you, baby. You don't have to give these fools an explanation. I admit it, I made it.
I'm here to support Officer Rkelly because I believe he's innocent.
What have you seen in the trial so far? Do you think it's a fair trial?
Yes, I believe it's a fair trial, and I believe now y'all can really hear the truth. It's not a one-sided story no more. He's been defamed in the media, and every media is biased. So now y'all get the truth.
Do you believe some of the witnesses, Javonda Pace, the stories that she told?
No, they're too inconsistent.
It's on you.
This is going to sound crazy, man, but I really think that I'm a nobody that just happen to have a talent. That just happen to have a talent that draws a lot of attention. And a lot of that is because of a nobody, I stay private. Because even as a kid coming up, I never wanted nobody to know that I couldn't read or spell. I didn't want nobody to know that about me. So, so that took me dead into me being private and shut down all the time. Wearing sunglasses a lot. I want people to see my eyes. I used to feel like as a shorty growing up that if they see my eyes, they'll find out I can't read for some reason or can't spell. All of this stuff was haunting me, you know what I'm saying? And not to mention you got your brother and sisters, coming up as kids talking about you. How you gonna ever be a writer when you can't even spell? But people don't know. Every song I've ever written came off the top of my head. I never wrote nothing down in the studio because I couldn't spell it to be able to write it. So I put my music up, I do my music, I put the mic up, and I put my mouth to the mic and start singing whatever comes out of my head. It just so happens to be a bunch of hit songs. And that's how I've written, and all my life, being in the studio for 30 years. So I want people to know because a lot of people pretty much got me understood. It's just one giant, high-profile misunderstanding about me, and by me being so private, people, that want to know you, they want to know you because for one, they probably won't chasing clout. They feel good when they can tell somebody, "Oh, I know him. This is how he is. This is who he is. This is what he do." This, but they really don't know me. I was supposed to get a bunch of more Grammys, but I didn't get a lot of Grammys because of the fact that show you how misunderstood I am. Back then, I didn't want people to know I couldn't read, write, or spell. So when they came to me to do announcements and bring up other artists on stage, I declined to do it because I couldn't read the teleprompter. But I didn't tell them that because I didn't want it to be out that I couldn't read at the time. So I would just decline it. And so they would tell me that everybody else does it. Why can't Rkelly do it? You think he too good? And it became a big deal. And next thing you know, I wasn't getting Grammys no more, even though I had #1 hits all over the radio. So that's how misunderstood I am. And it bleeds over into other situations as well. They feel like I just popped on the scene and became famous. But nobody know where I came from. Nobody know my background. Nobody know I was a street performer for years. Nobody knew I hitchhiked from Chicago to LA to try to get famous and just trying to make it. I lived on the Venice Beach part, just out the street performing. I slept under basketball bleachers and just trying to get a record deal out there in LA. But every door closed on me. Everybody said no, because I had this really basketball swag at the time, and I was bald-headed, and I was trying to just, do some music. But back then, you had the I'll Be Sure, the pretty light-skinned boys with the curly hair, and they had all these images, that they portrayed, and they, and those are the guys that made it. But I came back to Chicago and ended up getting a record deal at a backyard barbecue. So,
what do you mean a backyard station?
This is going
as they're
I'm about to be 22 in about 5 days. And I just mainly want to say that I'm in a happy place with my life, and I'm not being brainwashed or anything like that. You know, it just came to a point where it definitely has gotten out of hand. So, you know, I just want everybody to know, my parents and everybody in the world, that I am totally fine. I'm happy where I'm at, and everything is okay with me.
So you are not being held against your will or doing anything that you do not want to do?
Oh, no, not at all. I've never been feeling hostage or anything like that in that nature. Never.
So why is it now that your family's coming forward and saying this, and they've asked for a welfare check and everything like that? Why do you think now?
I personally, I don't really know what's going on with that, so I wouldn't want to answer that at this moment. The last time I spoke to my parents may have been about a good on and off for about a good 6-5 months. I haven't really spoken to them because of everything they've been causing problems in my life, about saying I've been hostage and being held against my will and stuff like that. Because I'm very heartbroken of what's going on with this situation, because it's getting to a point where it's getting too much out of hand. You know, me having to deal with this and me being 22 is just, you know, it's just not right. So I haven't spoken to them mainly in about 5 to 6 months, really, okay. On and off. Okay. I mean, they'll, you know, text me from time to time, but I haven't really wanted to speak to them because of what they're doing.
Are you currently in Georgia, or where are you?
I'm not. No, not. I wouldn't want to speak on that as well.
Are you with other roommates? Are you free to go from where you are?
No, I want to speak on that as well. I'm about to be 22.
Truth is team lies.
And what is going on with Mr. Clary?
So you can go on with your team truth and it's team lies. And your daughter was there a whole year before we even knew about what was going on with my daughter.
That's absolutely
and you didn't
correct.
Do anything.
That's absolutely
and you didn't
correct.
do anything.
And you didn't do anything.
Their parents are cowards. I'm calling it like it is. They are cowards. And if they don't want to come forth, I'm calling them out.
Jim DeRogatis called and said, y'all need to do a press conference in front of Mr. Sylvester Kelly's house.
We're going to see what happens. Yeah. So I'm just informing everybody, this is Rkelly house and this Savage.
And I said, which one? He said, the one that where the girls are being held. It wasn't the big house. So we went to the house. Whether Miss Kelly was there or not, we didn't know. But we was on the point of trying to see where those girls was, and we was going to hold a press conference in front of his front yard. It was me, my wife, and my 2 girls, and you had a shot there and her boyfriend.
Asante McGee, this woman right here with the braids, now that's her boyfriend behind her, and that they actually coached her on what to say and how to say it. And when you watch the press conference, guys, it does appear that Joycelyn Savage's father is coaching her on what to say.
Now, Mr. Clare is supposed to have been there. Mr. Clare wasn't there. I talked to Miss Clare when I got back to the house, and Miss Clare was doing some things on Twitter. He didn't come to the press conference. Like he said he was going to be there, but he did help on Twitter.
And your daughter was there a whole year before we even knew about what was going on with my daughter.
That's absolutely
and you didn't
correct.
do anything.
Tim. So stop threatening people with, oh, this open investigation, oh, you don't understand what's going on. I got lawyers. I got good lawyers. You got to worry about when you do understand this. It's falsifying documentation, lying, going under oath, and I could keep naming the shit that probably gonna come back to you. Go have a conversation with Greg. Tell him get ready for the wrath, cause y'all got a lot of defamation of characters and disrespect and threats. Tell him you got all types of threats. So, but this, they put up this now that I better be careful and keep the savages. They gonna drop the tapes. Please drop the tapes, and I'm gonna show you the difference between me and everybody else. I'm gonna show you that recording somebody in the state of Atlanta, Georgia, is not legal. So
truth
what
is team lies.
And what is going on with Mr. Clare.
So you can go on with your team truth and
I just want to let everybody know that this shit is not no game what none of these girls been through, right? And I think people worry more about their channels and getting their storylines out than telling the truth or waiting the facts. Listen to this, my daughter got a life outside this fucking YouTube shit and everything else, and everybody trying to bring a exclusive and all this. That shit need to turn the fuck down, because some of this shit is a bunch of lies that people just putting shit out just to be the first one to say something. Well, people need to really be mindful that my daughter have a life, and whatever direction she choose to do, she doing because of whatever traumatizing situation she been through. So if y'all want to hear something, y'all gonna hear it straight from my daughter when she ready to open her mouth to the world and speak it. Like, this don't make no sense, man. They don't give a fuck about nothing to do with people's safety or none of this. I don't know if they think this a game or this is about news, but people feelings involved. A lot of people hurt behind this. Families hurt, we hurt, cities hurt, my city hurt. Like I don't understand why people keep thinking this, as long as they the first one to tell something or say something, that makes shit right. It's a tune the fuck down. Like, for real. Like, these girls been through a traumatizing situation, especially the situation even with Joy. She has been through something. It's not a game. She been through something. This girl gonna need help, everything. There's a lot of people that been through something, but ain't nobody been through the experience but her. Nobody been through the experience but Joy. Nobody been through the experience but Holly. And the rest of these young girls. I hear Holly on her page saying some crazy mess. Gonna have to wisen up and understand they gonna have to come to their own truth. Because what's going is not a game. No, but I'm telling you, man, this got me so upset right now, because you got no goddamn care for a person's situation, people's livelihoods at stake. It's my child life. I appreciate everybody that pray for my family. But right now, you know, my family, we're going through a difficult situation. There's a lot of shit going on that people don't understand. There's a lot of shit that been lies that people that's getting ready to come to light. But it's going to be later on, because I'm trying to get somewhere. Put that back there. I'm kind of lost, and I'ma call back. I just want to let everybody know that this shit is not no game. What none of these girls been through, right? And I think people worry more about their channels and getting their storylines out than telling the truth or waiting the facts. Listen to this, my daughter got a life outside this fucking YouTube shit.
Good morning, little man. Good morning.
They said the same address is the same as the hotel. So they know, like, if you call the police, they'll know, like, how to get to the... meet us at the lobby at the residential side.
They come right on. So
yeah, I'm just saying, but we don't need to be by the lobby or by the entrance at all until the police gets here.
Yeah, but they come right on, so you be watching out for them and have them call your phone.
Somebody call.
Tim, can you come here and get them on the phone? The OJ, you want to do it? My phone's about to die. I'm having to see the local police department.
I thought we had to call police. I mean, we had to call them first.
Yeah, I don't want to know if I need to call them.
Yes, I don't know. The police, you gotta get the...
Trump Towers. Jalen has already alerted the authorities to come out, and so I'm waiting on a text from Jalen, and hopefully the police comes and talk with her and we get a chance to see that Jocelyn is fine and well. We will keep y'all abreast of what's going on. Thank you. I'm moving a little bit closer, so if I'm needed to be there sooner, I will be there sooner. This right here by the river area, and don't want to be spotted where Jalen is, so I'm trying to move close but not be seen. So what I'm going to do is move a little bit back farther because I'm a little too close. I don't want to alert Robert Sylvester Kelly, no one else. So I'm going to move back a little bit farther away. Just a little bit, because I want to give no alerts that I'm close where Jalen's at. St. George to come get me, so I'm on my way over there now. So we're going to see what happened. I'll be chopping for him. Shoot him too. Where they at now? Okay. Alright. Let's go, Jordan. Come on.
Visit the Trump Towers. A lot of artwork on the wall. Kelly's bedroom. slightly made up. Rkelly's living room area. His living room area, where he did a lot of his entertainment in. You can see boxes on the floor as to where some of the young ladies were preparing to leave and packing up their things to evacuate the Trump. Oh, the McDonald's. Miniature McDonald's in the apartment. And we're going to take you inside of that so you can see a little bit more of the details of this miniature display. Watch closely how detailed it is. That was a shocker to see, a miniature McDonald's inside the apartment. Look at the details, and I think on the wall as a basketball jersey and a basketball basket on the wall. It's very detailed, and all of this was inside of the apartment where he resides. The textile of the floor of the McDonald's, even the stool, the bench, everything is very detailed. M. Robs. So I guess he's like Matt Rib, but he says M. Robs. So all of this is part of the miniature display of the McDonald's house that he has in his apartment. See how detailed it is? The detail with the stools, the signage, the fixtures. It's very detailed, even to the flooring, the textile of the floor with the red and white textile.
Now I'ma put it down like that. I'm leaving, I ain't coming back. You don't like the way I act anyway. You really don't have to react. Don't try to change my mind, in fact. Honey, I've already packed all my stuff. We're no longer kids, let's move on. And you are not my kid, so I'm done. Please don't make me pull my gun. Sorry boy, I can't be the one. You know it, yeah. Nothing lasts forever. You know that a change will make it better. You make it better. There's no one to blame, you see. Maybe we're not meant to be. There are plenty more fish in the sea anyway. Every day's a different thing, so I'm not into wedding rings. It ain't personal, it's the way I think. Yeah. You know it, nothing lasts forever, and you know it, yeah, that a change will make it better. You know it.
Good morning, Shannon. So if y'all didn't know, Tim Savage and his wife has came back on the scene and alleging that Joy is either unalived or Kelly has put her in harm's way, and Jonjolyn Savage has been harassing Jennifer Bonjean. She leaked text messages that she sent to Jennifer and leaked Jennifer's number on social media. Joycelyn's birthday was yesterday or the day before, I believe. Joycelyn turned 29 years old. Did Joycelyn contact her parents, siblings, family? Still, no. So this is over 5 years. Joycelyn has been at multiple Rkelly birthday events that his family has threw for him in Chicago. When Rkelly fans and supporters of his family and myself a few times, we would go to the MDC, the MCC, and release balloons near Robert's birthday, on his birthday, Father's Day, and his mom's anniversary, her birthday. And 9 times out of 10, Joycelyn was always involved in that as well with Robert's family. And prior to that, she would go and release the balloons herself. Joycelyn has always visited Robert in the MCC and the MDC, and even as recent as when Robert got transferred to Butner, Joycelyn has been there numerous times. So there are records of dates, times, flight records, all of this that proves she's not unalived, that proves she's not in no harm's way, that also proves if the Savages was really looking for their daughter, even if you want to go back to the Eastern District of New York trial, where Joycelyn wrote Judge Ann Donnelly for Robert's sentencing and stated that she was never a victim, that the prosecutors started that narrative about her. She stated in the letter to Judge Ann Donnelly that Robert always treated her with nothing but respect, never put her in harm's way, always took care of her financially, and any other women that he has dealt with. And she pleaded to Judge Ann Donnelly to be lenient on him because everything that was being said about him, as far as Joycelyn, she said it was lies. So that day when we came out of court for Robert's sentencing, Jennifer Bonjean did a press conference, and the first couple things she spoke about was Robert and his family, who his family members are, and she spoke about speaking to Joycelyn that morning. I think one of the media people asked her, is it true that Robert is engaged to Joycelyn? And she was like, yes, that's his fiance. Even though she's not here, I talked to her this morning, and she told me to tell Robert to stay strong, that she's praying for him, and everything's going to turn out good, and that she loves him. Jennifer Bonjean said she spoke with Joycelyn that morning and confirmed that yes, they were engaged. So again, there are so many records and trails of receipts to show Joycelyn traveling back and forth, catching flights to New York from Chicago to visit Robert when he was in New York, when she was visiting him in Chicago, and even as recent as Butner. So to see the Savages right around her birthday come out here with a new narrative, oh, my wife thinks her daughter is not living anymore, and Robert has harmed her, and a mother knows best. So when a mother gets that feeling that their child isn't here anymore, they usually know what they're talking about. Because now he's referring to a movie from Halle Berry, and all of a sudden come out of nowhere saying he believes Joycelyn is schizophrenic because of all the trauma she endured. And when you endure trauma, people become schizophrenic. First we went from Stockholm Syndrome, then we went to the girl had all these diseases, then we went to Pastor Jamal Bryant with Gerald Griggs, to she's being sex trafficked, and now you just said a couple months ago that you feel Robert should get a new trial and that he shouldn't be sentenced to 30 years due to the Clarys lying and pushing their daughter on Robert and knowing she was underage, and they lied, and Robert don't deserve that, and my daughter never really said to me she was abused, and I'm really still waiting for Joycelyn to actually talk to me. Somebody contacted me and my wife on Instagram and told us that Joycelyn was being abused. But now you 360 again, because you know this is what he do, flip and flop. Now he's talking about hiring investigators, and John Jalen is texting Jennifer Bonjean talking about she's going to get the Secret Service, and oh, you don't know you don't know where my daughter is, so you lied saying you talked to my daughter and I'm going to get the secret. I mean, first of all, what do Jennifer Bonjean look like giving John Jalen or Tim any details of a 29-year-old grown woman? Jennifer would be out of bounds to even if she did know, because again, Joycelyn is a grown woman. So to see that he comes out here, no, his wife comes out here, posts his text messages of her texting Jennifer Bonjean, harassing this lady, then you dox her and put her phone number out there. I'm going to show y'all that message. Then you harass her talking about Secret Service and, oh, I guess you that hard up on money to represent a pedophile, whatever. Then, of course, Tim Savage goes live. Now he's trying to find out different ways that he can handle this situation, even though Joycelyn is grown, but now she's schizophrenic. And what gets me is, y'all still don't understand why y'all daughter don't speak with y'all. But yet and still, y'all still coming out here pushing false narratives on this girl. Now you telling the world the girl's schizophrenic. First she was Stockholm Syndrome. Then she had what was it? Chlamydia. Then she had herpes. Then the roommate in college. That's how you found out she had herpes, because the roommate in college, she was majoring in nursing, so she was the one treating Joycelyn. But you had one of the friends come out here and say Joycelyn had herpes because her parents found out, because even though you're 19, if your test results come back positive, they still notify your parents. Then they released, the vocal coach released a call with her and Joycelyn and Tasha K, where Tasha K lied and said Joycelyn admits on the call that Robert gave her herpes. No, she does not. She says she's scared for test results because everybody's running around saying that she's going to have herpes or something, and everybody's running around saying all these people have came up positive. And her dad told her, don't tell Robert, because he's trying to sue Robert. And y'all know, if Tim Savage had any receipts on his daughter coming up positive for herpes, then, as much as this man has openly broadcasted and openly showed everybody everything regarding his daughter, recording her at their house, phone calls, even let multiple people listen to Joycelyn and Robert allegedly having phone sex, and her dad is letting the radio station listen to it, Cash Jones, Angelo. So if he had test results, real test results of Joycelyn being positive at that time for herpes, don't y'all think that man would have put that out with the quickness? Because he would have been running down there to the Silver Court to try to get some money with the quickness. And that's why he told Joycelyn, don't tell Robert. Joycelyn never said on that call with that vocal coach that she was positive with herpes. She said she was scared and hoped she doesn't have it. And her dad told her, don't tell Robert nothing that he was doing, because he planned on suing. And told her, don't tell Robert. And the vocal coach was like, yeah, well, why you tell him? And all that. And this lady recorded Joycelyn and gave it to Tasha K. So what type of OG or somebody for Joycelyn to be able to come to an event? She's a snake. Just like Joycelyn's roommate that watched Tim record Joycelyn when she came to the house. Oh, Joycelyn, hurry up and just tell him the truth, because, oh my goodness, your dad is over here. He looks like he's about to call Rkelly. No, he was recording her. But the roommate even lied in Joycelyn's face, talking about, oh, your dad's over here about to call Rkelly. Come on, Joycelyn, just say what it is. No, he was recording her. He wasn't about to call no Rkelly. And her roommate couldn't even be woman enough to say, Joycelyn, your dad over there recording everything you're saying. And what they do, they sold that to TMZ. So make it make sense when they out here trying to figure out why their daughter doesn't want nothing to do with them, and they still have not taken accountability. I don't understand that. That really, I'm like, is it they really believe they didn't do anything? Or is they just out here, playing games? Because everybody don't want to sit out here and say, oh, come on, that ain't cool for a daughter to just blatantly don't talk to her family and her sisters. And first of all, let's not forget, not the youngest sister, but the middle sister that was supposedly so close to Joycelyn, right? When she came on Debo's channel, and everybody was talking to her about, like, why you working with your parents out here bashing your sister and defaming your sister? You supposed to be rocking with your sister. If you ever want that relationship back with your sister, you gonna have to stop doing that stuff you're doing with your parents. That's not cool. That's your sister. Oh, y'all right. And they asking her, like, did Joycelyn ever tell you that Robert was abusing her or that she actually had herpes in it. No, Joycelyn never told me that Robert was abusing her. Somebody was sending DMs to my parents. But Joycelyn never told us she was in harm's way or that Robert did any of these things to her. So they like, well, why are you out here bashing your sister and her man when she's never told you that Robert did these things? Oh, y'all right. You know what? I'm going to stop, calling Robert the P word and, disrespecting my sister's fiance because I do want to talk to my sister. And so I'm going to stop, following along with my parents saying until my sister actually come and tells me that these things are going on. Not even a month later, she was back on a bandwagon with her mom. Back calling Robert pedos and everything else. Back saying that Joycelyn got Stockholm Syndrome, that Robert has abused her. And it's like, you don't understand why your sister don't want to deal with you when you actually was jumping in trying to get clout off the whole situation. Don't forget her sister was going live. Don't forget her sister was a part of that whole thing when that Patreon came out. It's mighty funny to me that who would have younger pictures of Joycelyn? Who would have Tyler pictures of Joycelyn? Pictures that wasn't on her regular social media. Her family. And the same day that Patreon came out and said, oh, it's Joycelyn, I'm finally going to tell my story, how Robert has been abusing me, but I do love him, and but I'm going to tell everything, how he made me sleep with other girls, and how he abused me. And the same day, the Savages did an interview in New York. Y'all remember that? See, that's why I said nobody can come at me when it comes down to this timeline and all the things that's been going on since 2018. That same day that Patreon came out, the Savages did an interview in New York. What was ABC or CBS, one or the other. And when that lady asked her, well, we heard today that your daughter has finally came forward and said that, she's going to now tell her story on Patreon. And you know what Bonjean said and Tim and them? Yes, my daughter's finally speaking out. Yes, we knew that this was going to happen one day because we know all the things that he has done to our daughter. So I thought about it like, wait a minute. You just automatically agreeing that that's Joycelyn behind the Patreon? Automatically. You just know so for sure that that's Joycelyn. Or because you had an interview that day, wouldn't that be a great storyline? Instead of going to do an interview and you have no updates about your daughter? You can't say you talked to your daughter? But instead, now my daughter's telling her story. And it's mighty funny, like I said, that page put a story up there. Y'all know when you put the story up on Instagram, the video? And why did they show a video of someone traveling New York Bridge? It was like a 7-second Instagram story clip. And it was the same day they were in New York for that interview. That Joycelyn Savage account that did that Patreon posted a story on Instagram. I still got the receipts. And showed the New York Bridge. And whoever was behind the camera, they were traveling. So you mean to tell me that's a coincidence? Because a lot of us think, as Riel, because of what Shabazz revealed. But were they working together? Was one controlling the channel and the other one was doing the Patreon? That's what I believe. I believe one was controlling multiple Instagram accounts and one was definitely controlling the Patreon. Because when that Patreon came out, if you listen to the fake Joycelyn story, oh, he had me sleeping with multiple girls, but I still love him, and we always talked about getting married and having babies. Pay attention to Azriel's story and go back and listen to the beginning of the fake Joycelyn on that Patreon when it first released their story. And if you line it up, it's the same exact words Azriel used when she came out. The whole getting married, talked about having babies. He only loves me. He don't love none of the other girls. Even though he abuses me, he still gives me anything I want. I still love him. Sounds just like Azriel's story. Now I know the Savages have admitted, and Joycelyn's sister, after they left the interview, oh, I don't think that's my sister on Patreon, because I think my sister would have called us if she's coming out saying her story. My sister would have called us to update us that she was finally coming out, speaking her story. That doesn't make any sense, because if it was Joycelyn coming out to tell her story, right? Prior to that Patreon, y'all knew, especially the sister, that Azriel was on her way to Chicago. And the whole plan was to break Joycelyn's phone so Robert couldn't get in touch with her. Even if it had to get Joycelyn arrested, all they wanted to do was get Joycelyn away from Robert where he could not reach her. I don't know if y'all remember when Angelo went live and said, Joycelyn's locked up and everything, and that it was a plan, even though they don't want to see her in jail. But this was all strategic to get so Robert couldn't contact her. But now, with us knowing how the Clarys was such snakes, never cared about Joycelyn, all they wanted to be was the parents in the front, and Azriel wanted to be the female in the front. Never cared about Joycelyn or the Savages. So getting her locked up on false charges, trying to get Robert not to be able to reach her, it wasn't to help Joycelyn. It wasn't to try to save Joycelyn. It was so Azriel could have full connection with Robert and to get Joycelyn out the picture. But it was a little too late, because Joycelyn already had told Robert that Azriel was stealing. Azriel tore up her clothes. Azriel was never home, ripping and running, been to Florida already. Azriel, from Joycelyn's mouth, allegedly was doing drugs, having people running in and out. So by the time the fight happened and all that, it was too late. The public just didn't know that Azriel had the emails that BOP officer leaked to Tasha K, and Tasha K leaked to government witnesses and the Savages. Remember, Tim Savage said, Tasha K called him and said, hey Tim, I need y'all to come past my house. I got some important information for y'all to see regarding Joycelyn and Robert. Everybody kept saying that Larry was a part of it, and that's who Tasha K gave it to, for him to give it to Angelo. I don't believe that. I believe that was Larry calling her and trying to get in touch with Tasha K and all that. I do believe that. But when it came down to them emails and stuff, I believe Angelo kept Larry out of that and didn't give that information to him. Because if y'all remember, his daughter was at Larry's house around the same time of all of this. When Azriel went to Chicago, I kept showing y'all that video when she was in the car riding to the airport with Larry's wife, talking about she's starting her YouTube channel. She was on Instagram Live talking about she already had dreams and goals before this situation. She talks to Joycelyn every day, but she just going her own way, and sooner or later everybody's going to hear her story. But she's not doing no surviving Rkelly because she wants her credits. And that was the first, that night was Azriel dropping little crumbs, letting people know she had those emails. All of a sudden, you had your own goals already before all of this. All of a sudden, you leaving from Larry's on your way to Chicago, not to help Joycelyn, not to just go to do a last filming with Shabazz. She went there to fight Joycelyn because she seen the emails. She knew that Joycelyn was coming to the house to get the rest of Robert's stuff. Joycelyn just didn't know Azriel was going to be there. Azriel kept it in. Robert didn't even know that she was seeing the emails, and how did she know where the money behind the couch was? How did she know the stuff he was saying to his attorney? She said she was listening into the phone calls. So when Larry was told by Azriel that she was going up to Chicago to save Joycelyn, Larry said out his mouth that he told her to break Joycelyn's phone and stuff so that Robert couldn't call. But the whole time, the Clarys was playing Larry, Shabazz. They were using everybody like different pawns for what they needed them for. They needed Shabazz to finish the documentary because that was going to be they supposed to have went in business together, and that was supposed to be money for Angelo and his daughter. Then they was using Larry to push the narrative on YouTube and the whole Team Truth and everything else, while Angelo feeds Larry with lies and the narrative. So of course Larry's going to push whatever Angelo's telling him because he believes this father, this married man, and that's such a good father and fighting for his daughter and this, that, and the third. Angelo always needed platforms that was only going to push the narrative that he was out here speaking on. And the Savages knew that Azriel was going up there and that Joycelyn was going to be there because Azriel told Joycelyn's sister. Now, what I can't seem to realize that they don't take accountability for either, where's the outrage that Azriel humiliated your daughter, got her arrested on false charges, when we all seen that video over and over again of that girl attacking Joycelyn? Oh, I can fight. I'm from Baltimore, Bitch. And Joycelyn, you slept with me when I was a minor. First of all, Azriel was with Robert and around Robert with him touring back and forth for a year before Joycelyn even came around. So how was Joycelyn sleeping with you at 17? When Joycelyn came around, you were already 18 going on 19. So that's how much she lies. Okay? Joycelyn, she didn't come around and Joycelyn was already there and no. Azriel was around there first. Joycelyn came straight from college, but Azriel was there a year. So by the time Joycelyn came around, Azriel had graduated, which was in May of 2016, I believe. Because remember, Joycelyn was on summer break. And remember, she didn't go back to college that September, I believe, or the end of that August. So for her to sit openly to the world and say, you slept with me when I was 17, I was a minor. Joycelyn didn't even know her at that age. But she got Joycelyn arrested. She tore up Joycelyn's clothes, stole a lot of Joycelyn stuff. Kept coming back and forth, stealing the money while she's sitting on live, lying, telling everybody, oh, I talk to Joycelyn every day. Oh, the reason you see me out here is because we're out here celebrating Joycelyn's birthday. We were already going to do this with Robert if he was home, because me and Robert was already celebrating in Florida a week before he got arrested. Joycelyn was not out there with Azriel when she was live, talking about Rkelly is her man and everything else. First of all, she walking up and down the street, it's dark as hell. You ain't hear no Joycelyn, you ain't hear not nobody. You just hear her in them streets, lying. She knew about the emails that day, that night, while she was live. And that's why she steady tried to get Robert, after he switched for Joycelyn to start her visits, tried to get Robert to switch the visits back before Joycelyn even got a chance to get her one visit. She called up to the jail, hung up the phone with Robert on the jail phone to call the actual counselor warden's office to ask them how long it's going to take them to switch the days back. He like, why would you hang up with me from the jail phone to call down here, and I had to come all the way down here? Like, she's some type of boss. Oh, I'm going to call the warden office and see how long it's going to take for them to switch the days back. But he's telling her, like, I'm not doing that. It's Joycelyn's visits. Oh, I got some really good stuff to tell you, while she's sitting at Larry's house recording them. Because she's seen the emails already. Larry just didn't know. Robert didn't know. Remember, the last visit she had with Robert was her running her mouth too much, leaking that she listened to phone calls with him and his attorney. That was the last visit that they had. Larry didn't know that. The public didn't know that. And Robert didn't leak that until years later. That the last visit, she exposed to him. I heard you and your attorney. I know your voice. I heard you and your attorney. And you said you ain't going to leave Joycelyn for me. So all that time, she had the emails. That's the crazy part. And what's even crazier is the video that I always show with Michael Leonard when he sits up there on that interview and says that Sean Harris, the PI, was the one who was really talking about, he think that Robert calls were being monitored and that Robert's information stuff was being leaked. It wasn't really Robert. It was the PI who was unfamiliar with the Chicago jail because he's never been there before because he's from New York. And when Sean Harris approached Judge Ann Donnelly at the Cochio hearing where Robert had to tell the judge that he still wanted Nicole on his case when it came up that she was a conflict of interest because of Azriel. And the judge said, oh, you better have some real receipts for you to come out and say something like that. That is some very serious allegations. And Sean Harris like, okay, I'm telling you this is what's going on. And for Michael Leonard to sit up there in that interview and say, well, if that really was happening, it would be the quickest way to get a federal trial thrown out immediately, and all of the BOP officers would all be arrested. So what happened, Michael Leonard? Because not only did they know about this before the trial started, they knew about it while the trial was starting, and they still let the cohort's tainted witness, Azriel, to take the goddamn stand, knowing that she only switched up because of those emails and majorly because of her and Joycelyn with that fight, and that Robert was not switching the days back. And it hurted her little heart to hear Robert tell his lawyer he was not leaving Joycelyn. And when she started noticing in the emails of Robert and Joycelyn saying, oh, put the money here, put it, and not including her, she knew it was a wrap. So when she kept putting out there, oh, Robert was going to leave Joycelyn because he told me we got to feed the tiger before the tiger bites us. And he wasn't talking about me. He was speaking about Joycelyn. No, he was talking about you. Because Robert knew that she was stealing. Robert knew because Joycelyn was telling him everything. Remember, Joycelyn moved out from with Azriel probably about a couple months after Robert was arrested because they were going through stuff behind the scenes. But Azriel kept portraying online like they were super cool, but you never seen her and Joycelyn in one vicinity alone, met with each other, besides the time they went live at the Trump saying that their parents was lying. So that should have gave people clues that they not around each other. Something is going on. And that particular day, Azriel went on Twitter and said she know where the skeletons lie and somebody's going to jail today. And that was the last time that Joycelyn also was tweeting and said that Azriel paid somebody to hack her account on Instagram, which I'm going to show y'all that receipt. Joycelyn said that the same day of the fight that she could not get back into her Instagram and that Azriel was so jealous of her and a hater that she paid somebody to hack in her Instagram account, and she could only go on Twitter because Azriel hacked her Instagram account and changed her password. So isn't it funny that Joycelyn said that, and then literally months later a Patreon is made from Joycelyn's Instagram? Come on, y'all. Come on. Why is the Savages not speaking about these things? Where was they at to defend Joycelyn? Where was they at to back her? Because again, Angelo, they never cared for Joycelyn. I remember when Angelo's mom was in a car with him, and Angelo was live, and his mom was doing like well at this time. She wasn't like sick, and Azriel I think she was staying, she hadn't moved to Atlanta yet. She was staying at her mom's. And Angelo was in the car with his mom. And they was talking about Robert and everything. And his mom, he said something about Joycelyn. And his mom straight said, that dumb bitch need to leave from there. And Angelo was like, chill, mom. No, ain't no chill. She's a dumb ASS. This was the grandmom talking about Joycelyn. And Angelo like smirked and laughed like, come on, mom, chill. No, ain't no chill. She's a dumb ASS. First she called Joycelyn a dumb bitch. So when I heard the grandmom say that, it gave me further it made me further believe what I already felt, that they never cared for Joycelyn. It was always a competition with their daughter and their daughter, these parents and those parents. And once the Savages finally put the Clarys out there, because remember, the Clarys was hiding because they knew what they did. They knew that Angelo was trying to get Robert to get involved with him with dildo deals while he was at his daughter's graduation outside of the IHOP at the car, trying to get Robert to go in business with him about the dildos, while Alice is begging Robert, can she be his driver? And then Angelo was begging, can he do the lighting for his shows? Because remember, Angelo never came out here one time on any interview, Gayle King, any of Lifetime, nothing, and told the public that he worked for Christy Lights. So when they kept saying they paid for tickets because of a birthday party, all of this is bull crap. That time that they got into that show, and Robert was doing what was that? He tried to say it wasn't Robert's show. It was I got the receipt for that too. I believe he was working for Christy Lights that night. Because when I showed y'all the receipt of Christy Lights and them stating who all the artists that they work with and celebrities, and damn sure enough that they have R. Kelly on that list. Damn sure enough that they have so many other celebrities and the Emmy Awards. So this is why Azriel was getting into the Drew Hill concerts and the Fat Joe because this dude was a freaking supervisor for Christy Lights. So when they knew R. Kelly was coming to the Funk Fest, which he lied and said they added R. Kelly, he was an add-on. That's a damn lie. R. Kelly was the goddamn headliner. He added on SWV, mint condition, the one sleeping in my bedroom. They were all extras because Robert was the headliner. Robert was promoting his Black Panties album. That's why if people paid attention, Florida, he had the Funk Fest, Atlanta Funk Fest. So state to state, city to city, why is every show called the Funk Fest? And when you look at the when they were advertising it about weeks and months before, the first thing they say is sexy and freaky, and we can't have a freaky Funk Fest without the king of R&B, R. Kelly. So just with that promotion of the concert and them stating those words, why did you take your 17-year-old daughter again? Because you made it seem like it was just a fundraiser type of concert and they just added R. Kelly because he was available. No, he was the headliner of the goddamn show. And you know what else Angelo never talks about? After his daughter left the show, she went on Twitter and added R. Kelly and said, I got black panties from R. Kelly. Why is your 17-year-old daughter tweeting and adding R. Kelly so he can notice her? Again, like she wanted him to notice her on the stage when she climbed up on that speaker and was twerking. But again, why would she be tweeting him saying, I got black panties from R. Kelly, if she came there because she just had a mental break and y'all didn't want to leave her in the house? Oh, she came there because the ticket was really my oldest daughter, but she had to go to work. Oh, but they called all these fans up there on the stage. That's how she got up there. And then she sang for R. Kelly, and he told her she sounded like Whitney Houston. But they forgot to talk about the part of, during the show, Robert does a commercial, I'll say like commercial break during the show, where he's sizing up all the different women with sizes their butt so that he can give them the Victoria's Secret black panties. Why did Angelo fail to mention that his daughter had black panties? Why would you let your daughter be twerking and showing her behind to R. Kelly for him to know what size she wear to give her black panties if she was 17? And she was just there as an extra because it was really for y'all. Remember, it was for your birthday. But it's funny how the show was in April and your birthday in July. Just like we still never got receipts that the girl was in a hospital because she tried to unalive herself. So all these things, and the Savages was backing these people. The Savages went so hard when the Clarys was behind the scenes, minding their little business, because they knew what they had did. They knew that they daughter lied to Robert about her age. They knew that this was a money grab for them, right? So when the Savages came around and went and grabbed up what's the damn girl name? Geronda Pace. And they start, oh, if the Clarys don't say nothing, we're going to put them out there. So now Clarice don't show up to the press conferences because they don't want to be all in the front. They don't want nobody to know. Because again, Azriel was with Robert a year before Joycelyn. They didn't make no fuss. They didn't go around doing interviews. They didn't go to no police station. And I am so tired of people talking about this goddamn hotel and that maybe Azriel showed the police a fake ID. No cops never came there. Okay? No cops never came there. If you listen to the text messages, the mom threatened her with the cops because Azriel did not respond back right away. Once she responded, Azriel said, Mom, what are you talking about? You drawing. I'm coming down now. My phone was on silent, or I think she said she had it off. And because later on we going to dinner anyway. So she said, oh, well, you wasn't answering. Well, you want me to continue waiting? I'm across the street parked in the garage. Never said, oh, well, the cops are still coming. Oh, well, the cops is here anyway. We're searching through the hallways. She said, do you want me to wait? I'm across the street parked in the parking lot. Oh, and don't forget to tell him to pay for your car out the garage. All right, because we going, he got to do something, and we going to link back up because we going out to eat. And that was the night that she stayed out. I think she stayed out all night. Because the next morning, that's how I know the mom was staying in hotels and Airbnbs and not home. Because why are you texting your daughter at 9 o'clock in the morning tomorrow? Where you at? What time you come home? So you didn't see her come home? Oh, because you wasn't there. And where you at? You don't know if she's at school. You didn't see her get up this morning? So it all made sense. Oh, I'm in school. Oh, why you wasn't answering? Oh, because I was, I think she said she was asleep. She said, well, what you sleeping for? Because she was just out all freaking night. Then you made her not go to school that morning, and she went to meet up with Robert damn near what, 9 o'clock in the morning? She fell asleep outside in the car. Robert didn't know she was down there. That's when her mom started texting Robert acting like Azriel. Why you got me out here waiting all this time? That's not cool, this, that, and the third. The mom gave her directions of how to get there. And I think people are confusing the dolphin as that's the first time she met up with Robert at a hotel. No, that was the second day. The first, the concert. Second, hotel. Third, Dolphin Hotel. Fourth, when her mom drove the last day he was in Florida for that Tampa show, and when Cheryl Mack gave them their hotel room, and she went on and sent Azriel up to Robert's room that night because they didn't have any more rooms left. So Azriel and her mom had to share a room. But what gets me is why her mom didn't have charges for going across state lines, for literally passing her daughter over on a silver platter, drove miles to him while the mom is in the same hotel Rkelly's in, and sent her daughter to his hotel. Then after that trip, that's when she started flying out to California, where they claim that's where they charged Robert for the Manic. But it's mighty funny that the mother drove miles to take her daughter to Rkelly, knowing she was 17. But no charges for the madame mom, right? The pimp mom. So the Savages was so trying to, everybody want to say, oh, they was good parents. No, everything was just about their daughter. Joycelyn was grown from day one. Joycelyn never told them she was in harm's way. Joycelyn even admitted that she was having sex with another guy while she was dealing with Rkelly in the beginning. Somehow he found out. Joycelyn told the truth. Yeah, I am still messing with him. So a lot of these females, like I always said, wasn't no Virgin Marys. They were doing things with other men before they were dealing with R. Kelly, and even when they started dealing with R. Kelly. So think about that. She was sleeping with another guy as she was dealing with Robert. And I always say, I think a lot of those females, in my opinion, should have been the ones for Robert to watch out for. Because it's funny how nobody was going to the doctors prior to meeting Robert. And then when me and Robert started having sex with him, all of a sudden, they ain't been to the doctors in 6-7 months after sleeping with him. So you don't even know what they got from sleeping with the last person. Because they ain't been to the doctor since then. And then some of them was sleeping with men and women. Let's don't forget that. Like Geronda Pace, dealing with Dominique, and then turned around and married Dominique's cousin, which is Geronda's husband / kid's father. Make that make sense. So, let me show y'all this video of Tim Savage with this new narrative that they think Joycelyn is unalived and that she allegedly has schizophrenia. And they're trying to find out and from people and get ideas on what they can do to try to get to Joycelyn. But like I said, it's so many receipts and documentation, paper trail, years worth of footprints of her going to visits, her transportation, catching planes, flights, all that. So it's total BS when they're sitting up here talking about they don't know if she's unalive. They don't know this. They don't know lies. Because guess what? Even when Robert was in New York and she was traveling from Chicago to stay up New York for the weekend so she can get, her whole visits for a couple days instead of flying back and forth each day, right? When she goes to visit him, she has to leave, right? So, if these parents were so concerned, wouldn't a smart parent know? Just like they knew she was visiting them in Chicago. So if you wanted to see your daughter so bad or just see her face to make sure that she's well or this or that, why they ain't gonna stand outside the New York jail during one of the times when she was leaving from her visit? But they really was concerned when she was openly, publicly going to these visits. Multiple people that was visiting their families seen her in there visiting Robert. Make it make sense. But they want social media to believe that there's no way for them to know. They trying to ask people on the internet how they can go about him getting this meeting with Rkelly, or them being able to talk to Joycelyn to make sure that she's not unalive and that Robert is not harming her. And now he's starting this whole narrative again. Oh, well, I think she has schizophrenia because of all the trauma she's been through. What trauma? Here y'all go again, pushing these narratives that she has never came out her own mouth. But what about the trauma that y'all put her through? Anytime my parents go on national TV and tell the whole world that I got herpes and I got chlamydia and I got Stockholm syndrome and I'm being sex trafficked, and having her so-called friends go live telling the world that Robert making her do all these nasty positions and she having sex with all these different females, and I mean, like, are you serious? Then you got Cash Jones and Angelo out here talking about, yeah, Tim Savage, you running around here letting people listen to videos of your daughter allegedly giving Robert fellatio. And I can't seem to understand. Only thing I agree with Cash about, how did Tim Savage get that audio? And why would you be walking around letting people listen to allegedly Joycelyn and Robert, two grown people, allegedly having phone sex or whatever, why are you running around letting people listen? Why are you even in possession of your daughter having phone sex with her man? Why would you even be in possession of that as the father? So to not take accountability of why your daughter don't speak to y'all, it makes me think y'all are going through something mentally and emotionally. Let's not forget, Tim Savage got arrested for hitting on Bonjean in 2019. Let's not forget, Bonjean got arrested for DUI. Okay, Tasha K and Angelo revealed that both of them was hooked real bad on Percocets, and Tim Savage was telling all his business to Cash and Angelo and Tasha K. So these people were going through a lot of things, and supposedly Tim Savage was losing his jobs. His co-workers was talking about that's why he did this with Robert, because he was losing the job, he had no money. Bonjean couldn't have no more kids. That's why he asking Cash, can she carry another kid for? I mean, it just was so much. So much. But at the end of the day, Joycelyn knows better than any of us what really goes down in them households with her parents. This ain't no happily ever, whatever. This the same man that came on the internet and said, oh, Rkelly, he can have Joycelyn. I'm going to make my millions. Me and Bonjean, we getting a divorce. So, no accountability. And yet and still, y'all still turning to social media when it comes to trying to get communication with your daughter. Then, you're leaking Jennifer Bonjean's number. Like as if she do know Joycelyn whereabouts, and she has talked to Joycelyn. We don't know if Jennifer represents Joycelyn. We don't know if somebody in Jennifer's law firm represents Joycelyn. That lady will be out of bounds to tell you any whereabouts of a 29-year-old grown woman. You're not requesting information about a child. And y'all forgetting y'all the same people that stirred all these people up to go to the feds about information that was sent to you through an Instagram DM from fake accounts. But then later you saying that it was Ashanti McGee, the same female who her own husband came out here and said she was stalking Rkelly, leaving her kids in the house just to go stalk Rkelly. Okay? Never was in a relationship with Rkelly. Never lived with him. That whole fake lying story on Lifetime was a lie. She didn't even know at the press conference the address of the house that she claimed she lived at for 3 weeks. But you grabbed Ashanti McGee up to get her to act like she was around your daughter and that she's seen her being abused. So all of a sudden she's on a tour run saying she's seen Joycelyn and Azriel in the house. Then y'all was working with Cheryl Mack, who Bonjean openly admits that Cheryl Mack gave them the key numbers to all Robert's houses. How you think Ashanti McGee was able to bring Lifetime in Robert's mansion to make up their whole story about a black room? She just walked right in. But yeah, I don't know if Bonjean was drunk or maybe she didn't pay attention to what she was saying, but she openly admitted on Storm's channel that Cheryl Mack gave her all the key passcodes to all Robert's residents, even the little condo he had in Florida. If some of y'all didn't know that. Some of y'all didn't know that. Think about that when it comes to the Clarys. They didn't know nothing, but they sure knew that Robert had a condo. A townhouse in Florida, though. So let's get into this video. Exactly. Exactly. And then you know what, Shannon and Hilda Lamb and everybody in the bushes, did anybody ever think about how both of these dads, both went after Cash, right? To try to sleep with her, talk to her, whatever. And then you see how they both came up with the, oh, I was only doing that to get information about my daughter. But Cash wasn't close to either one of their daughters. Cash didn't even have her own foot in the door. Cash came in being a groupie, being a fan, but wanted to tell everybody else she was a journalist. I told y'all, I was one of the first people to tell y'all how she stayed at the Trump to be close to Robert's studio for damn near 4 to 5 weeks while she stalked Robert. While she stalked Robert and tried to use Julian, that didn't work, next, Don Russell, Tim Savage, Angelo, multiple other male bloggers on YouTube. Then, after Angelo, she admitted Angelo hacked into her phone. She claimed she found a new guy, and she really liked this guy, and he hacked her phone and found all her messages with this new guy, and he called the guy, threatening him and harassing him. And who was the new guy? Blockbender. She didn't go that far across the tracks about a new guy. So it's funny to me how both of these dudes, we only used her to get information about my daughter. And once again, she wasn't close to either one of their daughters. So y'all supposed to be happily married for 10 and 20 years and more. That you about to risk your family, embarrass your daughters, your daughter's mothers for some chick you met on social media, talking about you flirting with her about sex and telling her all your wife business, and then the other one trying to move her to Vegas, trying to turn a Muslim because you was trying to get information regarding your daughter. She had none of that. So it was lies. Them dudes was literally willing to risk it all. Because guess what? They had did that before multiple times. Because it wouldn't have been that easy to just go flirt with this girl. And they didn't even know her. They don't know she was going to go right back and tell their wives and all that. They didn't care because they've been doing this on their wives. And when Alice came out in the text messages and said, I'm tired of living, I'm tired of being abused, I'm tired of being cheated on, I'm tired of living a lie. Then when I see Tim get locked up for beating on Bonjean, oh, it all made sense. But they pushed the narrative. These was happily married parents. These girls grew up in a 2-parent household. They mom and dad been together since they was out of high school. They had 2 parents in the household, good money. They both had jobs, lies on top of freaking lies. So you also have to take account of more of the reason why Joycelyn doesn't want to be involved with probably years worth of what she's seen behind the scenes that we never did. Because if it's so easy for Angelo to come out here and call multiple women the bitch word and Tim, then you ain't gonna tell me that was just new behavior. No. We seen both of them dudes and how hype and mad they get. So it just automatically lets me know how they be behind closed doors. And Azriel's mother came out and said that Angelo, yes, been abusing her. And then we found out that he choked Azriel up. Then found out that Tim, he hit Bonjean so bad he went to jail. So everything they throw on Robert This is what's really going on up in the household with these dudes. That's the crazy part.
Sorry about that. What's going on, everybody? How y'all doing? Hey. I'm just waiting for a couple people to come in. Thank you, guys. Boy, I need to cut my hair. Yeah, we try to celebrate joy regardless of the situation. A lot of people don't know, hey, a lot of people don't know that we always try to celebrate her birthday. It becomes hard to celebrate. Thank you. Yeah, everybody's doing okay so far. Jalen and Jory is in, hey, you didn't know that was my daughter, you didn't know that was my story. Yeah, I know, right? I try not to talk about it too much. Hey, Koska, how you doing? Well, Jocelyn is on here. How about that? Even though she's in another room, y'all, she wanted to be on here. So my main concern, I'm glad everybody came on here. My main concern, and it's roughly about 100 and some folks on here right now. So have you ever been back to Chicago? I have not been back to Chicago. That's one thing I have to find out what's the best strategy and what's the best ways of making moves on this. You know, I was me and Bonjean was looking at a movie called Frankie and Alice one night. If y'all never seen that movie, Halle Berry was the actor on there, and Frankie and Alice was she was schizophrenic, and only reason why she became schizophrenic is because of the trauma that she went through in a younger childhood, which is a true story, by the way. It's one of the writers, it's a long story, but I kind of inherit some of her stuff. But anyway, the writer that wrote the movie, is a very true story. So it made me think about all the trauma that Jocelyn has experienced over this whole entire thing. And she could be in a situation where she could be schizophrenic. I don't know. Sometimes schizophrenic people have 3 different personalities, and it comes from trauma. No, she hadn't been diagnosed with that, but it can happen to anybody that went through a lot of trauma. So she has not been diagnosed with no schizophrenia or nothing like that. I'm just saying what I saw on Halle Berry's show. I'm trying to find out why She won't talk to her younger sister, Jalen, Jory, her grandparents. She got one grandparent left now. The other two has passed on. And she only one grandmother that worries about her consistently over and over and over and over again. She asks about Joycelyn all the time. And I'm afraid that she's just trying to, you know, as she's getting up in age, she's worried about her grandchild. So I can respect that. So I'm just trying to make sure that she get a chance to see her grandchild. So my intentions to come on here today is, one is her birthday. It's been since 2016, I want to say, and since the last time we really saw her or even really spoke to her. It was in Chicago about 3 years after that. I'm trying to think, in Chicago, that's when her and Azariel had got into it or something. And we was in Chicago, we was in the court. And she really acted like a whole new different person. And that's the reason why I mentioned sort of the Frank and Alice movie that Halle Berry played in. Let me be clear. Joycelyn has never been in a situation to where anybody that I know have ever touched her, ever did any bodily harm to her. I was very protective of my girls. I'm very protective of them. So for her to be in this type of situation is very hard and for me to go through. Of course, she was 19. She wasn't under the age of 18. Well, I haven't done that on her social yet. An alert on there. Since it's certain things you can do when you have a young lady that's of age. There's certain things you can do and try to help her. Just as in the movie Frank and Alice, you know, when people get of age, even though they're going through a lot of trauma and they don't even recognize the trauma that they're going through, about time they finally realize it can be too late, or you can help them, you know, try to get through the trauma that they're going through. So my intentions is, one, yes, private investigator. That is one that needs to happen. And Azariel, do you know if Azariel has any communication with her? I don't think so, the best of my knowledge. You know, I try to stay away from the Clares as far as possible. I don't deal with people who are not on the same level I'm on, or I don't even like to talk about the Clares or Alice or Angelo or his daughter. I like to leave them folks on that side of the sand, and I'm on the other side of the sand. Whatever they got going on, they just keep that over there. So I try to keep them away from me as much as possible. Because we have two different stories, two different sets of things that happen to us and the Clares. Two different ball games, totally different. So I'm trying to keep them as distant, as far away from me as possible. Why y'all at odds with both? We're totally different families, total different, and that's the reason why we have so much of a problem, because they have some real things and things they got to deal with on their side of the family, on their family in the Clares. They got a lot of things they got to deal with. My thing I have to deal with is trying to find out, where is Joycelyn? and to make sure she's fine, healthy, and okay. That's been my thing from day one. And it's kind of hard to deal with that when you have the other family come up in your situation all the time, because we're not on the same level in no form or fashion. We're on a whole new different Richter scale. They on that sand over there, and I'm over here. Whole new different family, whole new different situation. I try to keep them separate. My thing is, well, that's my sister on here. Oh, girl, I didn't know you was on here. Hey, what's going on, big sister? Y'all didn't know I had a sister. Yeah, she on here. Hey. So I'm trying to find out, one, is Joycelyn still alive? I'm just keeping it real with you. Two, what city she's in. Three, we need to clarify a lot of stuff that's happened in the past. Even with Rob, I'm going to, I want to visit him in prison. I want to make that happen. I want to visit him in prison. And I want, when I visit him in prison, I want it fully recorded. Nothing to be left out. Nothing to be untold. Because you guys deserve to know everything. And Rob is not telling everything. And that's where we have a problem. So you guys deserve to know that. And I think that the world deserved to know that. It became a worldistic thing that what happened between Robert and Joycelyn and Savages and so on. So I think that it's only right for us to expose it that way, where they need to know what's going on. Now, once we get Joycelyn in a situation where we can talk to her and get her situated, if she don't want to talk, whatever, that's fine. I want to just get her the help that she need and deserve, and she don't have to do any type of talking. But at this point, this is a life and death situation that we're going through, and we need to know that she's fine. So, you know, I'm pretty sure that I can. I'm pretty sure I want to schedule this meeting with Robert, and if there's any way possible, I would have live stream from the time from like right now until the time I put my hands on my daughter to make sure, hey, Lisa, because it's really been a burden on us not to know where your kid is, and definitely on her birthday, and need to know if she's alive or well. We don't know. We tend to want to know. We tend to want to find out, but we just don't know. It drives my wife nuts. I'm telling you. You have to respect that because she birthed that child, and she deserved to know where her child is at all times. If you don't have that type of emotion or whatever, that's on you. But I think a mother, out of all people, deserve to know where their kid is at. That's just keeping it real. And if you don't feel that way, then you just don't feel that way. But we as the Savages feel that way. And we're going to continue to do that until we put our hands on it. So that's the reason why I want to, I may have to do this full time. I don't know. But it's time to put an end to this. It's been over 7 to 8 years, and it's time to find out if she's well, if she's living first, if she's fine, and where she's at, by any means necessary. And that's just being real. Whoever I have to walk through or walk past to get to my daughter, it's going to have to happen. Just that simple. We've been trying to be quiet about it and trying to give her time, but giving people time, that's fine. But you don't know if they're still on this earth, that's a whole nother different ball game. If you having those type of feelings, especially as a mother, then mothers knows their kids, right? They knows when their kids are having some problems or having it's in harm's way. And at the end of the day, I'm gonna do what's best for Jocelyn and Bonjean, because that's the mother. Just as simple. Hey, how you doing, Ms. Rogers? You're right. You're right. You're right. You know, so I think that from this day forth, even if I had to quit my job to go do what I need to do, I'm gonna do it. I mean, nothing matters more to me than my daughter and my family. Nothing. And I think that at the end of the day, if I have to do so, I have to do so. Whatever comes behind it, comes behind it. But I think I need to step this up and just, you know, I got to find her. I got to fight so hard that where no matter what the situation is, it's gonna happen, it's gonna happen. Just that simple. You know, so I think at this point that that's what might happen. Cause it's turned my, not me, but it turns my wife apart. Not to know where her daughter's at. It tears me apart too, but it really tears her apart. It tears her sisters apart, especially Jalen. They were so close. And, you know, Jalen doesn't live in Georgia. She lives in Texas. But at the end of the day, she could have went and stayed with her. This is, guys, this is very serious. I'm very serious about what I'm saying. You know, it's just keeping it real. I'm very serious. I have tried to contact, you know, I've contacted Rob's attorney. And she's telling me that Jocelyn's fine. Well, she's saying Jocelyn's fine, but she can't never get me in touch with Jocelyn. See, there's a lot of things that I think that I need to have you guys to see on a daily basis what we go through when it comes to this situation. Like, I need to have a video recorder around me 24 hours a day so you can really see and catch what goes on with this situation.
Wow. Good morning, Kitty. So now you need a video recorder around you 20. So it sounds like to me when Angelo, what was it, 2 years ago or last year, when he said that Cash and Tim Savage was behind the scenes talking about they were going to be putting out a documentary. So all of a sudden, it's Joyce's birthday, and now you're talking about, and if you get a meeting with Robert, you want to go live, and like what? See, you're not even paying attention to your wrongdoings right there. You trying to figure out your daughter's whereabouts. You want to get a visit with Robert and go and say you want to bring cameras in. You want to go live while you're meeting him or having a visit with him because the world deserves that. Wait a minute. Your daughter deserves that? Why are you up here talking about pleasing the world? About your daughter's worryabouts. So if you have a visit with Rkelly You're trying to bring cameras in there. And y'all wonder why she wants nothing to do with y'all. That is her relationship. She is engaged to this man. And if you were so concerned about your daughter's health, why are you consistently talking about bringing cameras? This is why she doesn't want to deal with y'all. It's common sense. And y'all keep going down the same road. Like, you're not noticing that the last time you went down that road, it didn't work. The last time she's at court for her and Azriel them fake charges, and your wife and y'all pull right up on her with Dennis Byron cameras. What she do? She spoke, kept it pushing. Oh, Joycelyn, it's your mommy. Talk to me. She had no rap. Talk to you. You got cameras waiting for me to come right outside the court. And what you do? Y'all go run right to TMZ and bloggers and give them the footage. Come on. It's like you exposing your daughter more than the bloggers and the media. How you record her in your house. Private in your house. She having a private conversation with her parents in her parents' home. And you record her and actually take the footage and give it to TMZ. I don't know who's worse. TMZ, Shabazz, other bloggers, or y'all. Anytime my own parents is giving TMZ and stuff footage, and then I played the video for y'all where they was supposed to be doing a wellness check, but Jongelin's all dressed up, makeup done. The sister, oh, they said that's the residence part, and it's the hotel part. And then Tim, oh, I'm going to stand back here because I don't want to be that close to my other daughter, just in case Rkelly or somebody see me. But wait a minute. If this is a wellness check, why do all of y'all got time to hold the camera up and talk? I'm confused. If this is a wellness check because you feel like something's going wrong with your daughter, but you got time to mic check one, everything ready? Okay. Video. I mean, like it's a whole act. And then y'all had a nerve to go in Robert's home illegally, record a McDonald's that was specially made for him, remembering his mom. If you look at the McDonald's, it's custom made with his mom coffee on the table, his jersey's on the wall, his mom picture is big as day inside the McDonald's, and you can actually see Jongelin ignore the mom's picture, but push your narrative. Oh, this is Rkelly's, has a McDonald's in his house, but says nothing about his mother's picture hanging up inside that McDonald's. Because she wanted to push the narrative like he just had a McDonald's in his house because of little girls and because he liked kids. But not one time did she acknowledge his mom up on the wall of the McDonald's. Skip right past it. But put it out there on social media for content for people. Oh, and this is Rkelly's bed, slightly made. And we see your daughter towards the end filming all in the bathroom and everything. So we not dumb. Who let her in there? Azriel? After her and Joycelyn fought? You went in this home illegally and had a nerve to put the footage out for content. But this man supposed to have did so much to your daughter Where's the evidence of anything that y'all recorded in this home of any harm or wrongdoing or pedophilia things that y'all claim he is? Where's that evidence in the video? Because I see none of that. And I don't see a mom who claims that Rkelly is all of this and did all this to her daughter and he's a pedo and all. That's going to take time out. Even want to take time out to be up in his home recording. That seemed real obsessive and obsession to me. Why would the mother of the daughter, where she's claiming her daughter's a victim, calling this man all type of names, calling the worst things you could ever call a man, but literally has no problem, comfortable enough to go in this man's home and record and keep the content to put out on social media, to brag to people that you have a video inside of Rkelly's home. But this man is so supposed to be disgusting to you. Why would you, the mother that's screaming her daughter's a victim, even step foot in this man's house? Joycelyn wasn't there. Joycelyn didn't invite you in. And what you did was illegal. You didn't get permission from Robert, Joycelyn, and we know that Azriel been out. So if you got permission from her, she just had stole the money and all that right before that. So was y'all in cahoots with her and Angelo and them when she stole clothes and ripped up Joycelyn's things and stole jewelry and items and was running around in pawn shops trying to pawn stuff? Was y'all part of that? When y'all went in there illegally and then it was dumb enough to record it? And dumb enough to show your daughter in there with the camera by herself. Desperate enough to want to be in this man's home to record it. But your daughter is in harm's way. But your concern is, oh, I want to go in Robert's house and record his bed, his bathroom sink. What? Weird. And now you're talking about getting a visit with Robert. And you want to bring cameras because the world deserves to see this. But you're not talking about what your daughter deserves. And that's privacy, respect, and loyalty towards her and her life as a grown woman and her relationship, that you keep trying to interfere with the internet, social media, and cameras. And you wonder why she wants nothing to do with you. She's not a kid. You can't just run down on her in any city or state. She can physically have you arrested. She's 29 years old. And like that sheriff said in Florida, it's sad, but if your daughter actually comes out and says, I don't never want to talk to them again in life, she has every right. You can't keep running down on her. Well, we're trying to figure out why she don't want to talk to us. Something got to be wrong. Stockholm Syndrome. She getting sex trafficked. Robert has her brainwashed. Now she's schizophrenic because you watched the movie. I think something is mentally wrong with y'all. Or maybe it's guilt. Because y'all went on TMZ last year and said that y'all think Joycelyn was unalive. That's crazy to wish that on your own child, knowing it's not true. And then to be harassing this man's attorney After all the stuff that y'all did to her client, why would she be comfortable enough to give y'all any information? Y'all is the ops. Y'all played a part in this bad stuff and everything else. Showed up to the New York trial with Lifetime just to get footage. Cameras again. They didn't go to the trial 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, talking about, oh, Robert was up there. He want to talk now on social media, but he didn't say nothing at the trial. You don't know what he did at the trial because y'all came the first day of trial and that was it. Why? Because Lifetime was with y'all recording. That's why. That's why. Y'all needed a storyline for the last surviving Rkelly, and y'all decided we're going to go to the trial, hoping that y'all see Joycelyn. And you told Dennis Byron, and Gerald Griggs told Dennis Byron to continue getting the footage and keeping y'all posted on what was going on down there. Y'all didn't stay for 2 days, 3 days. No. They knew the cameras was going to be there deep as heck on the first day. They knew it. And Joycelyn was on the witness list for the defense. But I'm so glad that she was made aware that they showed up the first day. So she didn't have to run into them off guard because they only came down there because they bought cameras and they wanted to be on the rest of the news people cameras. So how are you so concerned about your daughter when you still saying in 2024 you want to talk to Rkelly, your daughter's fiance? Because again, she's 29. She will be 30 years old. And you still talking about bringing cameras. I think y'all the ones with the mental illness.
But sometimes you won't believe it. It's dirty cops in Chicago. We done had well-being checks done in Chicago before, and the cops alerting other cops that alerting Robert's team or whatever to let them know that it's a bunch of mess. It's dirty cops in Chicago. Not all of them got clean hands. And that's being real. A PI, yeah, I've tried. That's something else happened. When we first started this journey and we tried to locate Joycelyn, PI contacted me in Bonjean, and they was acting like they was gonna help us out and this and that. Lord forbid, these PI people was just trying to find out stuff on us, so they was working with Robert at the time. So there's a lot of things that people don't want stuff to come out, but that's one of them right there. So you have to be careful what PIs was working at that time. Robert is not.
Let's not forget that James Mason was trying to help them, right? And I'm going to show the clip from the first documentary from the guy in the UK. That was the first one, way before Surviving Rkelly. Robert wasn't arrested. Robert wasn't charged with nothing. And that's when Dominique's mom did that fake rescue, act like she was rescuing Dominique from the hotel. Because at that time is when Lifetime was filming. And some of them were doing, filming this documentary with the guy in the UK. So Bonjean needed a storyline. What was the storyline? She went in with Dominique's mom's storyline, which we know for a fact that ain't no cops come there and kick Joycelyn's door in, and Joycelyn say she don't want nothing to do with the savages and this, that. Lies, lies, lies. Oh, and we heard Joycelyn on the phone with Robert saying, Dominique saying, I'm sorry. No, on the phone, Joycelyn on the phone with Robert saying, I'm sorry, I let her escape. Like as if Dominique wasn't supposed to leave. But her mom just so happily goes right to the hotel room, whispers in Dominique's ear, basically telling her, play your part, it's cameras. Joycelyn was in the other room asleep. Dominique admitted multiple times that's why she felt bad, because she left without telling Joycelyn. Because she didn't know what the heck her mom had going on. All she did was open the door, and her mom got this whole camera crew. And Lifetime was filming the whole time. So while that was going on, they lies to the CEO from the UK for his documentary. And says, oh, Joycelyn's going to be at Robert's concert in North Carolina, so we're just going to drive down there. Oh, but now we're getting a phone call that Joycelyn's in L.A. with one of the other girls, and right now, her mom is very close to being able to get her daughter. So she might be able to get Joycelyn. Oh, so Joycelyn's not going to be at the concert? Well, no. If she's in L.A., yeah, it's no way she's going to be at the concert with Robert in North Carolina. So we're going to turn back around and call the mother to see if Joycelyn can leave with them when she gets her daughter. So the whole time, Michelle had already got Dominique and everything, right? But while Jonjolyn is on the phone with her, they're acting like to this dude who's dumber than a bag of rocks. Oh, the cops are coming. Oh, Joycelyn doesn't want to open the door. Oh, the cops said they're going to kick the door down. You don't hear no door get kicked down. You don't hear no cops talking to Joycelyn. You don't hear no Joycelyn. But Michelle, Dominique's mom, is saying all these things to Jonjolyn because she knows Jonjolyn has her on speaker. She knows that Jonjolyn told her that the man from the UK was recording. The camera crew were filming. So Jonjolyn's storyline was, we tried to get our daughter while Michelle was getting her daughter. But our daughter is still being handled by handlers and wouldn't leave. Even to the point that when the cops came, the cops kicked down the hotel door because Joycelyn wouldn't open it. Because this grown woman wouldn't open her hotel door. So the cops just kicked the hotel's one of the doors down. Because Joycelyn better open this door and answer it, even though she's a grown woman and don't have to open her hotel room. But the cops just gonna kick the door in. And at that time, everybody had iPhones, FaceTime. Why didn't Michelle or Jonjolyn say, well, turn on the FaceTime. Let me see Joy talk to the cops. Turn your FaceTime on. Let me see if I can try to talk to Joy. Well, turn on your FaceTime. Let me see if I can talk to the cops. Turn your FaceTime on. Let me just see what's going on. And the CEO, director of the documentary, the guy from the UK, is so dumb. He actually says on his documentary, wow, this is a big break. The cops are there, and they just had to kick the door in because Joycelyn wouldn't answer. So the Savages are very, very close to being reunited with their daughter. I'm like, why would this fool just say on his documentary that the cops kicked the door in and you don't got no proof of that? You just dumb enough to just listen to what they're telling you? You don't even... And how is Michelle seeing all these things that's happening so fast? Oh, the cops are here. Oh, okay, the cops are talking to her now. Okay, she's talking to the cops. Oh, no, she won't open the door. Oh, the cops said they got to kick the door. I mean, she was repeating this stuff like every 6 seconds. Like, dang, did the cops and Joycelyn have a conversation first? Like, oh, all that stuff just happened that fast in 5 seconds. Okay, now something else happened in 2 seconds. Now something, like, make it make sense. It was a false storyline. And the documentary for the UK went for it. And that's the sad thing, because they tried to make it seem like they were escaping their daughters. But nobody talks about how Robert wasn't at their hotel. How did Michelle know exactly what hotel to go to? Walked right up to the manager's desk. Oh, I want to surprise my daughter. I think it was Mother's Day weekend. Either it was Mother's Day weekend or her birthday weekend, one or the other. And I want to surprise my daughter that I'm down here. He called up to Dominique's room. What Dominique say? Oh, let my mom right up. Let her up. Not hiding from her mom. Not Robert don't want us speaking to our family. No. And willingly opened the door. And again, her mom knew exactly what hotel, exactly what room number in the hotel. Because it was always said from Dominique, her mom used to get the rooms and stuff for them. The same Michelle Kramer that threatened Dominique that she was going to unalive herself, her mentally challenged son, and her dog if Dominique didn't send her some money. Another mentally unstable parent. But that whole storyline that the Savages made up, they also disrespected James Mason. Put him on the phone with the guy from the UK. Didn't warn James Mason. And this man gets on there. Hi, James Mason. I'm from the UK and doing a documentary. And we want to know why hasn't Rkelly came and spoke out about these allegations. These are some very serious allegations. And we want to know why he hasn't said anything. James Mason like, I don't know you. And my name ain't James Mason. Oh, but you've been sitting here talking with the Savages, going by the name James Mason. Your name's not James Mason? No, my name's not James Mason, and I don't know you. I don't know who you are. And he hung up. But the Savages ambushed that man. And the day before, he was trying to help them with Joycelyn come together so they can have a dinner with her sisters and her mom and dad. All she asked was, I don't want to talk about Rkelly and my personal relationship with him. You know what Bonjean says? Oh, hang up the phone. Oh, no. I don't want to hear all that. Hang up the phone. But you want to see your daughter. But you want to see if your daughter is healthy and mentally, emotionally stable. But as soon as this man say, Joycelyn says, she doesn't mind meeting y'all to have dinner. She just doesn't want to talk about Robert and her relationship with Robert. Tim say, all right, cool. You know, I just want to see my daughter. Make it happen, Mr. Mason. Bonjean, oh, no. Hang up. Why would you disregard that? That's how you know it's about something else. Because if I want to know if my daughter is healthy, if she's not being abused, and she says, I'll come meet you, I just don't want to talk about my relationship. Cool. We ain't got to talk about nothing about your relationship. Long as I can see and put my eyes on my daughter and be able to touch and hug and kiss my daughter, oh, cool. Because now once I see her, I will be able to tell if she's been abused, if she got bruises on her, if she's mentally unstable, if if somebody slipped or something, anything, because now you got your eyes physically on her, face to face. What parent is going to turn that down all because your daughter says, I don't want to sit at dinner and just talk about Robert and me and his relationship? What parent is going to turn that down if it's just about your daughter? That is crazy to me when she said that. And the guy from the UK, he's dumb enough to put that in the documentary. And the Savages did that documentary way before Surviving Rkelly. So these people been looking for camera time, fame, clout. Remember, Tim Savage came out here. Yeah, this Tim Savage with that bat. Rkelly, I'm looking for you. And recorded himself holding a bat. Again, Joycelyn was grown. So if she wanted to drop out of college and go move in with Rkelly, go move to Chicago, she was grown. If she didn't want to report to her parents and tell them, she was grown. She made a move when she got to college. She didn't want to go for the new semester. She was grown enough to say she's not going for the next semester. She was grown enough to say, I'm moving to Chicago, I'm moving here, whatever with Robert. She could make those decisions. So, all this time, y'all hustling and fussing and making people go to the feds and this, that, and the third. Joycelyn's never verbally told y'all this man abused her. Joycelyn wasn't no minor. Joycelyn made grown woman moves regarding her life and her future. And if she didn't want y'all input, or she didn't want y'all telling her, oh, you shouldn't do this, or you should, she didn't have to listen to it. She was grown. And still to this day, now you're still trying to push cameras and the social media for a 29-year-old, where all you had to do was, even when that man was in New York and she was visiting him, you could have went right outside that damn jail and synced your daughter. So miss me with the bull crap. Even when she was going back and forth to Chicago visiting them. Miss me with the bull crap. Stop it. Oh, we can't find no proof. We don't have nothing to say if she's alive. Stop it. It's documentation that will show her last visiting Robert, the times, the dates, surveillance camera of her coming in the visiting room and everything. Stop it. Like, this is sick. So it's starting to make me think, is it y'all? Because here we go again with another storyline. But you recently was saying Rkelly deserves a new trial. The Savages, the Clares, what they did was wrong. Now you don't think Rkelly deserves 30 years. Now you got back out here talking about you think your daughter's schizophrenic from all the trauma. And you want to record Rkelly because Rkelly's lying. Now you back with this. Lying about what? Your daughter never told you one time this man abused her. Not once. And you cannot figure out why your daughter don't talk to y'all. Crazy. Some people, when they get mad and when you break their heart, and if I'm not mistaken, Joycelyn is a Cancer like me. Once we get to that point with a person and you cross the line of loyalty, disrespect, it's like we look at you like you don't even exist. And that's just how Joycelyn's actions are regarding y'all. Like y'all don't even exist. And she gave y'all several warnings to stop. Even said y'all was breaking her heart of all the lies y'all was out here doing. She begged y'all to stop. And it's like, because y'all wasn't getting y'all way, I guess because y'all wasn't getting no money, whatever, y'all kept going harder. All on interviews, calling her man, all type of names and everything else. Then you got to the point where you start calling your own daughter a liar. Now you talking about Robert gonna have money for the rest of his life. But you just said last year Robert is broke. I'll pay for a lot of tuk-tuk because Robert is broke. But now today, you talking about Robert gonna have lots of money for the rest of his life because he get big time royalty checks. Oh, now you all up in his royalty checks. Because you just was saying last year he was broke. He ain't got nothing. But it's funny to me that man paid off every single court fee and gave them interest on top of it and paid off all the alleged accusers from New York to Chicago. He owes them nothing. But last year you claimed he was so broke. But you know for sure and for certain, like you said, oh, Rkelly will get money for the rest of his life. He gets big royalties because of all the music he wrote and all the other artists. Oh, you must have did some research. Somebody must have put that in your ear. So you know your daughter is well taken care of. That's another reason why she's not budging. She don't need y'all. And one thing and two things for sure, Robert gonna make sure she don't need for nothing. Same as if he was still home. You see she ain't turned to ask y'all for nothing yet.
Robert ain't gonna never be broke. I can tell you that right now. You got too many royalties. As long as they keep on playing his music, he's never gonna be broke. He got too many artists he has messed with. He may not be able to touch his money, or somebody may be having a trust over his monies, but he would never be broke. See, that's just cute.
That's probably why you want to get close to Joycelyn, because that's who's holding all the money. It's obvious. When the royalty checks come in, who you think he trusts right about now, after all these trials and everything, to still take care of bills and everything, because he still has bills and stuff that he pays. He still has to always make sure that he has a home that's secure anytime. If any of these appeals go through, any technicality come through, he has to always make sure that he has a home that's ready for them to go and look at. If he got for them to put down that this is a secure address, boom, 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 boom. So Robert's going to continue to make sure that's there. So any given time, if he wins on the appeal, early release, anything, that home has to always be up and ready for them to be able to come out and see if he has a home and everything. So that's going to be always secure. So Joycelyn is never not going to have a roof over her head. So the man is still paying bills in jail. And sorry to say, but she don't need daddy. She don't need daddy no more. But it's funny to me now you're acknowledging he will have money for life, but you just was out here screaming last year he was so broke. But you didn't realize that out of all these years, your daughter didn't come reach out to y'all one time since he's been in jail since 2019. What makes y'all think that Robert's harming her? Robert's holding her back. handlers. This man been in jail since 2019. Like, you really think he can physically make Joy do this, do that, can't do this, can't do that? Please. Joy wants to be with Robert because she wants to. Not because he's physically got handlers, making her go here, do this. The man been in jail since 2019. Period. He can't make that girl do nothing she don't want to do. He's on the inside. She's definitely on the outside. For years and years, she's been on the outside.
Real. All right, so we're gonna keep this professional. I don't know who DD is, but I'm gonna put her on and let's see what she's got to say here. Hold on. Dang, she went away. I was gonna put her on. For some reason she went away. Hold on, let's see if we can get her back. Maybe she may know something that I don't know. Oh, let's see here. She said, hey, Timothy. Yeah, I tried to put you on, but some reason, try to do a request again and I can put you on the video, if you don't mind. Okay, let me see now. Let's see.
So we're gonna listen to a few people came up on his. He wanted people to come up on the panel. Once again, in my opinion, Jason Clout. I don't understand coming to the internet asking people for ideas of how you should get in communication with your daughter. I don't get that, but okay.
with them.
Right. You're right. And I've been thinking about, you know, I told my wife. I don't know why I didn't. Hold on. Okay, there you go. Hello? We can't hear you.
No.
Oh, there we go.
Okay.
I
I've never been
barely hear you.
No. Should I type instead?
I'm sorry. I can't see your face for some reason. It's kind of dark in the room. I apologize. Because it's got other people here on here viewing. Go ahead. Hello? You probably need to be in some. Oh, there we go. Thank you. Well, it went back dim. Oh, you putting the key?
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am, I can.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's much better.
So I was saying, sorry, I'm in the dark. I'm putting the kids to sleep.
No worries.
I don't have any personal advice, you know, because I've never been in this situation. But what I can say is keep fighting. Don't give up on her. And I feel like you guys are doing a great job with continuing to fight for your daughter. She needs that. She needs that support. And even though you don't have direct contact with her, the support, the energy that's being put out there, I feel like is eventually going to touch her.
Right.
So don't give up.
You know, it's people like you that make us want to fight. It was people that, you know, at first when we first came out, it was horrible. People didn't believe it. They didn't know. They was like all over the place. They was trolling me and my wife page. They were doing all type of things, right?
I remember that. I remember. I've been following you guys for the past couple of years, and I remember a lot of harsh comments, and you're going to get that. I guess that comes with the journey, you know,
right.
But just keep ignoring them and keep staying strong.
Right. Thank you. I really do appreciate that.
Welcome.
Me and my wife do appreciate that because it's been hard now. I'm not saying I'm perfect, but at the end of the day, we didn't do nowhere near where what these other families has done. And I'm just keeping it real. That's just keeping it real. But if you got anything else you want to say or anything else you can think of, you know, you can always DM me or DM Jay, and we're gonna fight this battle to a point where people like yourself has really stood behind us. We appreciate that.
You got my support. You got my 100% support. You know, and I know it's not. I could imagine how difficult it got to be for you guys. You know, and at the end of the day, that's your baby. You got to keep fighting for her. Mm-hmm. She needs to know that her family loves her. And for the people that don't understand, the hell with them.
Right. You're right. And I've been thinking about, you know, I told my wife, I was like, I really need to do this full time. Just, you know, we really, because we don't have no whereabouts where she is. None. And it tears us up. It really do. It tears us up to not know. And then for people to come about to, you know, say things about me or say things about my wife, and they don't know nothing about what's really happened here. And that's the reason why I was stating that I may just have a camera follow me 24 hours so you guys can see the things that happen. See how people try to, you know, put you in a situation and all those type of things.
Money must be getting funny.
So people will know that we always
until God forbid one day the shoes are on the other foot, then they'll realize. But until then,
Every
they're gonna
parent will
say
want,
ignorant comments and say
it's
ignorant
not,
things,
let
And
me
then
make
also
that
people
clear.
get jealous over the love.
No parent wants to be going through this, but again, you have to take accountability of, did you play a part of why she don't want no communication? And I always said from day one, that girl was strong, because all that stuff that she took and seeing her parents saying about her online interviews, Gail King and Robert said, y'all put your daughter's life in danger. And why they start wearing hoodies and all that. Because everywhere they go, people would say, oh, that's the girl who mine was on the interview saying this. Oh, that's the girl. He said, that's why. Because of y'all. Y'all start going to go do media tours. That's how people start knowing who they was. That's why they became public figures. But for her to be able to mentally deal with her parents telling the world, basically, she's dumb. She got Stockholm syndrome. She's letting somebody brainwash her. She got handlers. She's being sex trafficked. Then you got Angelo telling Tasha K, Robert make her sleep on the floor. She's just his hoe. I mean, make it make sense. I'm glad that girl had a strong minded. Because you know that girl could have literally, when Robert went to jail, then all of a sudden she gets arrested. Then Azriel tears up all her clothes and shit. Now she feel like, damn, I ain't got nobody. Robert locked up, my family going against me. This chick a snake. Lucky this girl ain't trying to take her own freaking life. It was basically her against the world. Anytime your own family, and then you're going to go recruit my girlfriends I went to school with. Then you got Gerald Griggs finding her old girlfriends, bringing them on, making them do it. Like, are y'all crazy? And then for her dumb friends to ever go live. Oh, and Joycean told me he made her do this and he had her having sex with it. What type of friends are you? If she did tell you that, you came and told Instagram Live. Y'all, luckily that girl was strong-minded. Because if she tried to do anything to hurt herself, her blood would have been on all y'all hands. Y'all basically bullied that girl to try to get her to come out and speak what y'all wanted her to say. Y'all basically bullied her. And you let Tasha K sit up there and downgrade your daughter like she was a $2 hoe. And Angelo and Adrielle and them also fed her that information. That's the sad part.
Over the love that you have for your children, because I see you guys love
don't know why she and they keep going out. That's these people.
Just
Bad
keep
luck.
it real.
Let me go wind it back a little bit.
Yes, ma'am.
So you
Well,
don't hear
thank
nothing
you.
I just said.
I may let somebody else on here. If you got anything else to say before I let you go, go ahead and say it.
Well, I ain't gonna rewind it back.
No
That's
problem.
him still talking to the lady. And he's telling her, and she's telling him, keep fighting for your daughter. He's saying, y'all don't understand everything that goes on behind the scenes. And people been like trying to play us. And like, so I'm guessing what they trying to say is stuff been going on behind the scenes. And I guess it led up to Joycelyn's birthday for them to come out and do this live. And Jonjolyn to post the text message with her sending a message to Jennifer Bonjean. But the funny part about that text message, there's no texts from Jennifer to her. It's just her texting Jennifer. This is how I know this was a play for clout. Because if he on here talking about they have talked to Jennifer and Jennifer has said that she talked to Joycelyn and everything, but now Jennifer ain't don't know where she's at. And for Jonjolyn to put out a text message of only Jonjolyn sending Jennifer a message, is no response from Jennifer. Is no Jonjolyn text her and then Jennifer responds and Jonjolyn. No, it's just Jonjolyn. So we don't even know if that is Jennifer Bonjean's number. But she docks the number. She docks Jennifer Bonjean's number if that's her. But I think it was also a clout move to make us think she's talking to the lawyer. And what she says in the text message, oh, so this how you gonna play? Like you don't know where Joycelyn at or whatever. Like as if Jennifer Bonjean is like she's in control of where Joycelyn's at, where she go. This girl's 29 years old. So you harassing his attorney about your 29-year-old daughter, you makes no sense. And if that is Jennifer's number and you doxed it, you out of pocket. Now I know for a fact Jennifer probably did tell you a while ago that Joycelyn was okay. But now y'all harassing her because y'all have nobody else to communicate with. Everybody that knows Robert cut y'all off. And I think what happened with Jennifer was y'all start harassing this lady about where Joycelyn lived, what city she lived. Can you get Joycelyn to call us? Can you? And she like, damn, I told y'all she's okay. I told y'all she's fine. Anything after that, that's not her place. Just like Jonjolyn attacked Kelly Price. Just like she attacked other people. I'm going to show y'all the text message and you can clearly see if this is Jennifer Bonjean who she was texting, she attacked this lady. All because she can't tell you tomorrow, I'm going to get the Secret Service involved. For a 29-year-old, they're going to laugh at you. And then you lucky his attorney was nice enough to even tell you that yes, Joycelyn's okay and all of that. Because she didn't have to respond at all. Remember, y'all are the people who originally started all this stuff against our client. And we don't know if Jennifer is Joycelyn's attorney too. We don't know.
Before I let you go ahead and say it.
Good morning, Ashley.
No problem. We'll keep in touch. I'll definitely DM you if anything comes to mind. I will definitely let you know.
And that's what I mean by, it takes a village to raise a family. I can't think of everything to do. I think I've thought of everything as far as trying to find joy or where is joy.
What?
Everybody call her Joy. I always call her Joycelyn.
I can't think of everything to do. Are you serious, bro? Again, it doesn't take a rocket science to know that every facility that Robert was in, your daughter visited. Your daughter is one of the main visitors on his list. Okay? There is multiple prints of Joycelyn transportation back and forth from Chicago to New York visiting Robert. Multiple footprints of her traveling to Chicago jail visiting Robert. Because see, the feds visits are different than the state, especially the federal prisons out of town. So like Butler, you get to visit Fridays, Saturdays, Sundays. But also at Butler, you can visit Tuesdays and Thursdays. So like people coming out of, Tuesday, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. For people coming out of town that don't get to see their family member like every week. So say they coming out of town, they make sure all of the stuff for the visit went through by Monday. So then they can visit their family member Tuesday afternoon, Wednesday afternoon, Thursday. So there's footprints of dates, times, signatures, sign in, sign out of Joycelyn visiting her fiance. Even when she was visiting him in New York, she was coming up there on the weekends, visiting him Saturdays and Sundays, staying at the hotel because anybody who knows the feds in New York, the visits are on the weekends from 9 to almost 4 or 5 o'clock p.m. So if you coming from far away and you catching the plane to get there and all that, you ain't about to come for no one day. You're going to at least see your family member Saturday and Sunday. So you can get the full 2-day visit because, again, it's only on the weekend, right? So you got to stay in a hotel. You got to make sure you up early that Saturday morning to get to the prison on time. You got to make sure you got your plastic bag where you can see through all your stuff in your bag. Make sure you got all your coins and only dollar bills. Well, some federal prisons you can use single ones, but most it all has to be coins so that you can feed your family member with the machine because they will be at the visit with you from 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, damn near 8, 9 hours. So they're not going to get breakfast, lunch. They will only go back for dinner. So they have machines where it's like boneless chicken, hamburgers, chicken patties, juice, soda, snacks, sweets, cakes, food, and you just heat it up inside the little oven joint they got. And you get the change to take pictures for the photo tickets to take the pictures and stuff, right? Okay. So there's footprints of, especially in Chicago's federal prison and New York federal prison. So when she was traveling back and forth to see her man faithfully every visit, she never missed one. You mean to tell me that you was so concerned that you just wanted to see your daughter and know if she's alive and she ain't in harm's way? You wasn't interested in when she's going to go to the visits. She has to leave you. She has to walk outside. So you didn't think that, oh, well, we want to see if she's really alive. Let's go wait outside the jail and see if she comes out after the visit. She would have been right there coming out. Even people who family members was in there while they were visiting. The matter of fact, the young girl who Robert sung to, who dad was on the same block as him in New York. And she talked about how when she visits her dad, Joycelyn was visiting Robert because she thought that Joycelyn was Robert's daughter. And he was like, no, that's her dad was like, no, that's his fiance. So a stranger was in a visit with her dad while Joycelyn was in a visit with Robert. And this girl see Joycelyn. Wasn't no media outside when they left from her visiting her dad, from Joycelyn visiting Robert. Wasn't no savages out there to see, well, maybe Joycelyn might go visit Robert. Let's see. No. So wasn't nobody that concerned about is she alive, is she well, none of that. And they know damn well they can't go to no police and put in a wellness check because they ain't going to do that because they know darn well the girl is alive and well. This is just another, I guess, storyline. Angelo said 2 years ago that Cash and Tim behind the scenes was trying to do some type of documentary. Now he's saying he needs to have cameras around him 24 hours of the day. And now he's trying to go visit Robert in jail. But he wants to bring all the cameras in. And during their whole visit, he wants it all live because the world is owed this. What? What is the world owed for to hear you and Robert conversation if you was to ever visit him? And that's the problem. You can't keep nothing private. You can't do nothing behind the scenes amongst just your family, your daughter, and keeping the public eye out of it because they don't give a damn about you, Robert, Joy, none of that. All it is entertainment to people and something to talk about and free content for others. That's that girl's real life. It's been Robert's real life, in case you haven't figured that out. So all these cameras and all that, when the cameras go off, it's real life. I don't know what makes you think that Butler is going to let you bring up some cameras in there while you visit him and be live. Like, make it make sense. This is somebody in federal prison serving real time. And the first thing you can say is you want to bring some cameras up in there, and while you're talking to him, you want it to be live. This is somebody in there serving federal time. And you all you can think of, oh, I got to put that on live. Got to get that on camera. And you still wonder why your daughter don't deal with you. I'm giving you all the hints. I'm telling you why she don't. What I can't seem to understand is how are y'all playing dumb? Like as if, oh, Robert's still not telling the truth. Oh, that's why I need to go visit him at Butler. Oh, me and my wife watched the movie with Halle Berry. Joyce been schizophrenia because of all the trauma she endured. What trauma? Oh, all the trauma y'all did to her. Because let me repeat again. Joyce wrote a whole letter to Judge Donnelly during Robert's sentencing and said she was never a victim, that the prosecutors painted that narrative. She asked y'all so many times to stop. She told y'all so many times she was happy. And for y'all to please stop. She begged y'all. Y'all never stopped. And the sad part of it all is, luckily she was strong-minded after what Azriel did. When Joy found out that girl ripped up all her clothes and stuff, and then found out she stole the second batch of money, a lot of y'all don't, well, I don't know if the savages know, but only a few of us know from on the outside. But that girl broke. That's why when she finally see Azriel again, going to get Robert Grammys and stuff. That's why Joyce snapped out when she got in her face after Azriel talking about, oh, you slept with me when I was a minor. Because Joy didn't get the snap after her tearing up her clothes, stealing the money. Joyce had to move right after Robert went to jail. Hide in the damn the car. Trying to tell Robert to leave Joycelyn. I mean, Joycelyn was just living with this girl, closing her eyes and sleeping around this girl. And the whole time, this chick was a snake. So that's why Joycelyn snapped the way she did like that when she finally kept antagonizing her. Oh, you slept with me when I was a minor, whatever. And I know Joycelyn had to feel like, damn, Robert locked up. I'm thinking, me and this chick gotta understand that we both deal with Robert. It is what it is. They've been doing this for years. It's not like she didn't know us. Bullcrap. So to find out this chick is a snake, her parents is out to get my parents. She already told me how much of a manipulator and a snake her dad and her mom is. But to see my parents doing the same thing, and they don't even know these parents is shiesty. I know the shiesty stuff my parents was doing. And y'all done got my man locked up who takes care of me, put a roof over my head, food in my mouth. I had a whole secretary job doing work, surrounding around Robert, doing tours and all of that. They had their own accountant, $10K a month. Robert paying for their medical insurance, dental, and y'all literally take my whole livelihood away from me. And the chick who was just living around me literally show up at the Trump and put her hands on me in front of the world and get me locked up. Then not even that, tell the whole world that I slept with her when she was a minor. And she lied. And my parents knew that she was coming. I didn't know she was coming here. I thought I'm coming to pick up the Grammys and all of that. Azriel knows she was going in because Azriel had the emails. But guess who else had the emails and the worry abouts and everything? The Savages. You think they gave Joycelyn a heads up? No. So imagine how Joycelyn felt. Like, damn, who can I run to? All I got is Robert. And now he in jail. But I gotta literally keep my eyes open, listen, and watch everything because everybody out here is suspect. All these people that took the stand on my man that I watched him put food in their mouth, roof over their head, gave this one and that one a damn career, gave this one a career which helped their kids go to college, this one that, and she out here and her own parents is doing the same actions all these other suspect people are doing. Mashallah that Joycelyn had a strong mind, man, because if that girl would have tried to hurt herself or something, her blood would have been on all of them, especially her parents. Because you let somebody DM you on Instagram with a narrative, with no receipts, no proof, and you made that damn girl go to that press conference with you to tell the world that she was living with Robert just to push the narrative that she seen you and your daughter in there so she can make up the lie that Robert was abusing your daughter. So you needed her to say she was in that house, which was lies. Lies. You start linking up with all these strangers that you don't even know. Sharonda, Cheryl Mack, James Mason tried to help y'all. Y'all threw him under the bus for a damn UK documentary. Fell out with Dominique Mine. Had a falling out with Faith Roger's mom, but I guess y'all back cool now. I don't know. Damn near everybody that y'all was with, you fell out with them, snaked them. They was cool with this or that, but I mean, like, all strangers over your blood. It would have been F. the Clarice, F. Cheryl Mack, at this one, that. Y'all playing with my daughter's livelihood? Shit, this her man, he put a roof around here, food in her mouth and all, and y'all trying to take that man away so my daughter can suffer and don't have shit? Oh, it's me and mine against all y'all then. Because if that's the one that's taking care of my daughter, when I ain't give her shit, I ain't give her no medical insurance, I ain't put no food in her mouth, I ain't give Robert $1 towards anything that he was paying electricity, water, gas, rent, nothing for my daughter. So that means I'm rocking with Robert and my daughter against whoever trying to stop that bad that's going to help my daughter. So that's where it shows there was no loyalty. Because right then and there, if my daughter ain't coming to tell me herself she was physically abused, I'm going to listen to somebody named Ashanti McGee I don't even know. I don't even know. And you supposed to be a grown woman and you was living there, but you waited to come tell me in a DM that my daughter was being abused? Okay. You're right. You're right. They asked that girl, oh, you was living with Robert? Yeah, okay, what's the address? I don't know. You don't know the address of the house that you was on Lifetime with. Talking about this, the black room. You don't know the address of this so scary house that such traumatic things happen to you. You don't remember the address of the house. Yeah, because you never lived there. Tim Savage just needed you to place yourself there. So that way, he has a witness to say, you seen Robert abusing his daughter. Because he had nobody else to say that. Not even his own daughter. But they want to know why. Joycelyn wants nothing to do with them. And like I said, Joycelyn's a cancer like me. Once you cross us, that's it. We literally will act like you don't exist. And it takes a lot for a cancer to really just cut somebody off like they don't exist no more. It takes a lot. You had to really cross them to where as though you broke their heart type. Tears falling out their eyes. And when Joycelyn said on that interview, because my heart is really broken to see what my parents is doing. He said, well, do you talk to them? She said, yeah, I will call them like every 5 to 6 months, but I ain't really been reaching out because of what I'm seeing them doing online. She said, seeing this really breaking my heart. That's when I knew then. And the last straw was Gerald Griggs, when she said on that phone, Mom, please stop this. And they tried to play her about putting a little sister on the phone to throw her off because they know how much love she got for that little sister. That's how much games they play. At the press conference, why are you putting a little girl up here to talk? This little girl ain't got nothing to do with nothing. And that's why when you go look at Joycelyn's sister on Instagram, she's wearing booty shorts. She got them little tank top shirts on where no bra. She's showing her whole belly. She's wearing makeup now. Oh, yeah. And she's making sure when she takes a picture on Instagram that she closes up on the booty shorts with her whole stomach out in the half bra shirt. You know why? Because the whole time she was growing up, her mom and dad was focused on nothing but social media, chasing Robert, interviews, bloggers, YouTube, and that little girl was growing up the whole time, and they didn't have no time for her. So she grew up in her room, private, where they wasn't going in the room checking what's going on. They wasn't paying her no mind. She was just growing up with the phone while they ripping and running on YouTube talking about Rkelly, Joycelyn, and she up in the room by herself with her little phone, learning Instagram and social media. And it's so sad because when you look at her now she's showing all her skin. She got on makeup. She wearing extensions and everything. She grew up before our eyes that fast. And they, all these years, their main thing was the internet, Joycelyn, Rkelly, bloggers, interviews, all this. And she was just up in the room with the door shut, doing what she wanted to do, because they weren't paying her no mind. When I see her on her Instagram stories, it really blew me. Because I'm like, I think she, 16? About to be 17? They didn't check her Instagram out. Why would she be posting them type of photos with them little shorts on like that? And making sure the camera see her with this half bra on. Sad. Sad. Because if they don't get a grip on her, they gonna lose her too. Because the first thing she gonna say, y'all weren't worried about me. All y'all was worried about was Joycelyn and Rkelly. Because when they first started that press conference and stuff, I think that little girl was, 8? Sure was. The very important times of her life. And they was focused on their grown daughter, Joycelyn, and her grown man boyfriend. While they 8, 9-year-old daughter was growing up in the most important years of her life. And all she's surrounded around is press conferences, running up on attorneys and doing Surviving Rkelly filmings and going to there and doing this and that. Get on the go up to the podium and say something about your sister. We about to call Joycelyn. As soon as we call her, she answer. You run and get on the phone. All right, we about to do a wellness check. So you stand over here with your dad, and when the police come, I want you to say how much you miss your sister. I mean, come on. They had that girl all tied up in that when she shouldn't have been. And now, when I look at her on Instagram, it's so sad. She grew up so freaking fast. So fast. It's crazy.
Everybody call her Joy. I always call her Joyce. I never call her Joy. But if you think of something, DM me. It's one thing that why I got you on here. If you could take that picture on, and I ask everybody to do this, please. If you can just please, I'm asking everybody that's on here right now. If you can, please, everybody, take the picture that's on my Instagram,
Patricia,
and it says "Where is Joy?" and please post it on your Instagram.
Wow.
Because somebody got to know where this girl is.
The jail know. What are you talking about? Somebody got to know. The jail do. Every time she come visit Robert. And I ain't going to say too much. Because I can drop a bomb right now. But you know what? I know when somebody is playing BS, okay? Because they know where Joycelyn is. They know what city and state she live in. I'm not dumb. Because she ain't do no big relocate. That's all I'm going to say right there. That's that. Read between the lines. That's all I'm going to say. So all of this, you trying to figure out where she at. Y'all don't know if she's alive. This, that, and the third. Robert family done had about 5 years worth of birthday bashes, worth of just celebrating Robert parties, things on his mom's birthday. Carrie and Bruce have did several things in the beginning, like the first 2-3 years, and there's actual pictures and videos at these lounges and bars with people in the photos, and wow, who's that over there? Joycelyn. Oh, okay. But they don't know nothing about her whereabouts. They don't know. Stop it. The girl ain't hot, and
Somebody got to know something.
wow.
And the more we get it out there, like we did before, the more we're going to be able to find her and get her the help in what she needs.
And don't you know that if it was a case of she's missing, don't nobody know nothing, y'all don't think the prosecutors would have reached out to the Savages? Oh, they would have loved to jump on that. They monitor everything Robert does. So y'all think the feds don't got multiple thousands of audio of Joycelyn and Robert talking damn near every goddamn day for 5 years. Video surveillance of visits. But they don't know nothing about her. They don't know where to start to try to find out. Well, guess who I know for sure know she's alive, she's well, which city, state she live in, and everything else? Them federal prosecutors that listen and watch every move of Roberts, so it ain't no damn way he harming her or harmed her. They listen to watch every move he make. So how would he be able to harm her? Okay.
And get her the help. Real talk.
Make that make sense. The feds watch his every move and listen to his every move.
I will talk to you later. Thank you.
So best to believe they know she's well and alive. So this is just bullcrap of them talking about they trying to find out how they can get in touch with her, how they can find out if she alive. Call the same people you sent everybody else to years ago.
So
them alphabet boys. I bet you they'll tell you she's well, alive, and perfectly fine. And signs in to visit her man faithfully. And that she's 29 years old. She doesn't want nothing to do with y'all. And y'all gonna get it to a point where she's gonna feel like it's harassment. So she go further and get a restraining order or get some type of have her lawyer put in some type of motion that y'all harassing her through social media and get it to a point where y'all can't even speak her name. Oh, y'all gonna have some problems. See, y'all keep pushing like this girl's not 29 and grown. Right? So she can get it to a point where they out here telling people they don't know if I'm alive. They out here telling people now I'm schizophrenic and I'm scared for my safety because they telling this stuff to the public, and for the people that don't care for my fiance, they can try to hurt me. They out here slandering me because of things my parents said, and I had to, be out here in the public and go to public places and stuff like that. So my parents are harassing me. They're putting my life in danger. I want them to refrain from saying my name, from them speaking on my fiance's name on any social media platforms. This is their final cease and desist. After that, she can come after y'all for some coins. Defamation and all. Because y'all won't stop. She's 29. She's not a baby. And she gonna always be your baby, your child. Yeah. But y'all don't want to hear this part. Everybody would say, oh, well, who in their right state of mind going to agree about a child not talking to their parent? Nobody's agreeing with that. But you don't have much room to wiggle when that child is 29 years old.
I would love to hear from you. At this point in time, I need all the blessings, all the praises from Jesus Christ.
Wow.
Let's see here. We have another person that won't come on here. Let me see
And they
here.
calling on Jesus. Lord have mercy. You're supposed to call on that man all the time. Or whatever God you believe in. Don't just call him while you on live on social media. Like, boy, bye.
Let's try this again.
But you the same one wishing Robert to hell and back and all that.
How you doing?
He need to be put down and all that type of stuff.
Hello? How you doing, man?
These people are some hypocrites, boy.
How are you doing?
All right. I appreciate you coming.
I'm just praying for you, praying for your family, especially your wife, because I know how it is to be a child and, going through what y'all, and just there for y'all, praying for y'all.
And these people, you gotta have common sense somewhere. You gotta ask yourself, well, y'all sure it's nothing that y'all did for her not to speak to y'all at all over 5 years? And for the people that been around, for the people that been watching since day one and see what they said out here about their daughter. So for these people to come up here on this platform and, oh yeah, shout out to y'all. Y'all are even worse when it comes to Joycelyn, right? Because y'all basically are enabling her parents' behavior, like what they did to her is acceptable, and that they not supposed to face no type of mention no accountability or their wrongdoings. Like they were just so right to get on social media, lives, interviews, whatever, and put those type of things out about their daughter, not their son, their nephew, their daughter, putting diseases on her vagina, had her tied up in a sex trafficking ring. Let the radio station, Cash Jones and Angela on them, listen to their daughter and Robert having phone sex. Why are you walking around with a video of your daughter and her man having phone sex, and you just openly turning on the audio for others to listen to it? This your daughter, though. This your daughter. That you claim you always protected your girls. Well, how quick you call these women out here BITCHs lets me know you weren't no good protector. And that's why you got arrested for beating up your wife. Because that's you. That's what you do. And that's why I said it's more to the real reason why Joy don't want nothing to do with y'all. This been building up.
Praying for y'all. The last I heard, though, that Tanya was like, I thought she was at home with y'all. That Tanya was like she was good, and
that's what they want to put out to try to calm the situation down.
Who want to put that out?
We hadn't talked in a while as far as on the media.
Who the hell put out that she was home with y'all and everything was good? What the hell is this lady talking about? And then he gonna say, oh no, that's what they want to put out. Try to make it seem like, who? Now he trying to make it seem like it's people behind the scenes that's putting out there that Joycelyn's home and all that. Where? And we gonna talk about that. Who's behind the Patreons? Who's behind the fake book? Joy and Rob and this baby thing. It's a whole book on Amazon. Y'all supposed to be her parents. Y'all didn't go after the individual who published a whole book on Amazon using your daughter's name and pushing a story, Joy and Robert. Like, make it make sense. Y'all didn't go and put y'all foot down for them to expose who's behind the Patreon. Because trust me, Patreon knows what that email was, who created that Patreon. The phone number to that phone, everything. because that money of the people paying their Patreon, that person had a debit card account set up to that Patreon for them to get that money. So Patreon knows who was behind it. And I think that's why the prosecutors, feds, try to look into Michael Williams to see if he was the one making them threats to Azriel on Twitter. Come to find out, it didn't link to him. But when it came down to them fake accounts of Joycelyn, when it came down to the Patreon and all that of Joycelyn, they skipped right past it. And why I think so? Because they knew who it was. And you already know who I think it was. But I think that the prosecutors, they knew too. That's why they didn't expose it. And like I said, I think one of them was behind the Instagram accounts. And one of them definitely created the Patreon. Because I'm going to show y'all before I get off of here the text messages of Joy the same day of the fight, a couple hours after the fight before Joycelyn got arrested, where Joycelyn said, I'm on Twitter, y'all, because this jealous BITCH paid somebody to hack my Instagram account, and she went in there and changed my email and my passcode so I can't even get in my Instagram. And that day, she was tweeting on Twitter right before they came out to arrest her. She was on Twitter. That's what she said. Azriel was a drug addict and all that stuff. She said Azriel paid somebody to hack her Instagram. And I thought about it. Right after all of that, all of a sudden, here comes this Patreon account. And I'm like, damn, Joycelyn said Azriel paid somebody to hack her Instagram. Remember what Cash said? Angelo hacked her phone. That's how he got her messages with her and Blockbender. A whole lot of hacking in phones and doxing and looking people up and people information like daughter, like father, like daughter. So I believe Joy when she said that Azriel hacked her Instagram.
On the media, we try to calm down and just...
Because remember Tim Savage said that Angelo told his lawyer, Gerald Griggs, that the Savages was behind the Patreon. And remember Tim said, I think your ass was behind that Patreon account for real, for real. I think you was behind a lot of this stuff, which I'm going to play too.
Which, you know, come to some type of... But it got to a point now that I don't know if she's alive or dead.
That's so sad. That's so sad.
She's 29 today. Imagine this, a young girl that age, not on social media,
right?
Nowhere, not doing.
That's a good thing.
Like she just vanished, like she just gone.
That's a good thing.
You know,
this social media life ain't what it is. That ain't it. That ain't what it is.
Her, she's gonna come back home. She got to come back home. Just keep your faith.
Yes, ma'am.
Come back home. Miss, she's about to be 30 years old. The girl is a decade away from being 40. You talking about come back home. When I got a whole video of them both saying, oh, we don't want her to come back home to live. She can go get her own apartment. They ain't trying to let no damn near 30-year-old daughter come live in their house. They said it on the video. Oh, we don't want her to come back and live with us. And she can get her own apartment. But they running around talking about they got a mansion. They got movie theaters and all of this other stuff. Like, why would she come back home to live with her parents and she almost 30? That girl has a regular routine of her life. Her her schedule, what she do her day to day, week to week, month. She's already her life is already scheduled on how she has her life. She ain't about to switch that up to drop everything and go go live with my mom and dad at almost 30 years old. No. That girl has been scheduling her life the way it is, or how her routine, or what she do, for over 5 years now. Well, I'm gonna just say 5 years. And Robert's been in jail the whole 5. And she been out here doing her thing. Still looking pretty, still keeping the hair tossed, the weight. She never had that skinniness that she had when she was around them, ever, since she been with Robert. Her skin all glowing, her cheeks all nice and plumpy. She always she got on nice clothes, always smiling, don't look all like sad in the face. So, seemed like to me life has been good for these 5 years, even though Robert is not physically here with her. But for 5 years, she's been maintaining and holding it down. So, I don't think that she's about to change her life to come and live with mom and dad at 30 years old, miss. I'm sorry. And none of y'all are saying to these parents, but do you take any accountability for your past actions of why your daughter also might not be speaking to y'all? Do you think y'all might publicly deserve to apologize to her and kind of keep social media out of your business? Because she only became a public figure because of y'all. Because y'all. She could have just been the girlfriend behind the scenes. Y'all did this. Y'all did it. So now she's a public figure for the rest of her freaking life. For the rest of her life. That's it.
Got to come back home. Just keep your faith and
Yes,
keep
ma'am.
praying.
I appreciate that. Yes, ma'am.
We all gonna keep praying.
If you
Because I want you to lay eyes on your daughter. You know, for him to be a man and say he loves her, how can he take her away from herself?
How can a man that's in jail for 5 years, miss, take anybody from their family? Like, y'all got to make sense when you're talking. Okay? All he can do is trust and hope that Joy is going to be there and be loyal to him and come visit him when he has visits, pick up the phone when he calls, write him back when he write, email him back when he email, or send him pictures when she can. That's all he can do is hope. She's outside, he's inside. He can't stop her from doing nothing. All he can do is hope that she'll do this or do that. But at the end, Joycelyn has the last say so. She's on the outside. Robert can't do nothing. He can't make her do nothing. He's in jail. Are you serious? I don't care how much y'all can say, oh, men got talk a good game. No. Again, he's in jail. She's on the outside. Robert can't tell her a goddamn thing. She makes the last decision. Now, he can hope that she's carrying herself like a mature woman out here when he's not on the phone with her, when he's not in the visit with her, that she's not out here, behaving reckless. That's all he can do is hope and pray for that. But once she hang up that phone, once that visit is over, her life is her life. He's back on the inside. And again, all he can do is hope and pray that everything is going good and she's not doing this and that and the third. But again, once the phones hang up, the business is over, that's her life. He's not holding nada back. So 5 years, she still ain't buzzed to talk to them. Apparently, she's comfortable with her life, the way her schedule of her life is, the routine, where she lives, how she's living, who she speaks with, who she deals with, her circle, all that. And y'all are not a part of it. She kind of had been living these 5 years like y'all don't exist, and it's to the point now where she's so comfortable with it that she's not even bothered by y'all. Now that's the bad part, because I told you about them cancers. We got that mind state that once we really, really, really get over a person, it's like you don't exist. So all this hooping and hollering y'all doing, oh, we should do this, oh, we got to do this, oh, we got to. Y'all not moving her. See, y'all think she gonna pop out, make a page. She gonna pop out and go live. She gonna reach out to her sister. Or by y'all keep having people post pictures and telling people to gather, y'all think that's going to move an inch. But she's so unbothered and her life is so secured and whatever she got going on in her life that y'all are not even an inch of her attention. She's not bothered. That's bad. Cause it's like nothing y'all doing. It's 5 years. She's not moved. Y'all can't make her jump. Y'all can't make her respond. And that's what's eating y'all up because she's not even moving that inch. And what really probably hurts y'all, which I understand, is when the grandparents was sick and passing away. And Joycelyn showed up to the hospital to see her grandma when they left. And I respected it. She came to see her grandma. She had to come with y'all. She came when nobody was there. Right before her grandma fully transitioned, she went up in there and seen her grandma by herself. Talked to her grandma, on her own, whatever she did, prayed over, whatever. But she still made sure she went up there, but she just didn't go with none of them, and they didn't see her. They was pissed off about that. But they thought that she was going to jump because they were running around here saying, oh, your grandma or your grandpa's sick and all. That wasn't moving her, though. It wasn't. And that's not her saying she don't care about her grandma, she don't care about her grandpa. That's y'all using that to try to get her to feel bad like she's not a good granddaughter or like she don't love her grandma or her grandpa. No. She's trying her hardest to keep her sanity and to keep her mental health and everything clear of negativity, toxicness, drama. So if it's anything it looks like that's attached to y'all or that's gonna bring y'all anywhere near it, she don't want nothing to do with it. Even if it got something to do with her even being trying to see her little sister. She know that y'all ain't too far behind. So if I gotta just not even be able to see my little sister, I'm gonna pray for her, love her from a distance, but I'm not even gonna risk me trying to see my little sister and they around the block or 10 minutes into me seeing my little sister talking to her. Here they coming up the roadway. She don't want to risk none of that. So I don't even think with her grandma and her grandpa. And now he's trying to use, she still got one more grandma and I think she's holding on. She's getting up there, but she's holding on just until she sees Joyce and she's not, she's trying to hold all she wants to see in her late years of life. Like, I don't like that. It's like trying to make Joycelyn feel bad that her grandmama's up there in age and basically she don't want nothing else to live for but just to see Joycelyn. and then she feel like she's done on this earth then, and she like he making it seem like it's a lot on the grandma. I'm telling you what he's doing. It's to trigger Joycelyn for her to be like, oh man, my grandma, I'm going through it. But the girl has become so what's that word called? Disciplined with keeping the toxic and the drama and like I said, he talking about, oh, with 29, ain't on social media. I lie. Some people just use social media strictly for business. Upload their little stuff on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, get their little checks and keep it pushing. But some people don't use social media for gossip, negativity, and put people's business out there and all that type stuff. So Joy is trying to make sure that she don't let y'all interfere in her life with no type of negativity, drama, toxicness. And I remember the last thing she said, and I'm gonna play that video about how she manifests positivity in her life. So if she gotta stay on social media because she know y'all probably gonna pop up on the blogs, her dad be inside the blogs, comments, shade room, what's the other one? He be in the comments every damn day. So what daughter want to be, looking at the update news on the blogs and, damn, that's my dad in the comments talking about Diddy. Damn, that's my dad in the comments talking about Christian Rock. What 29-year-old wants to see their dad every post in the blogs, comments? That's crazy. That just shows they whole life, everything is surrounded around social media. They really want to be famous. They love the whole clout, but they love it. Joycelyn never did. And that's why she was the perfect one for Robert. Because she didn't want all that. She's the type of woman she could be in behind the scenes. And all the rest of them, they was in competition with Robert. This man been famous for decades. But they wanted all that fame. A lot of them wanted that. But didn't know what comes with it. The good and the bad. But what I learned about Joycelyn, once I noticed she wasn't in the making that a thing, that's when I knew she's going to be a good woman for Robert. Yep. That's when I knew right then and there. And when she had that interview with Gayle King with Azriel want to say Robert coached them to say this. And when Gayle say anything about their sex life, they supposed to get real aggressive with her. And they both supposed to say, well, my sex life is personal and all of that. That's a goddamn lie. Because if that's the case, why didn't her and Joy say that at the same time like robots then? If y'all both were supposed to say, oh, I'm not saying nothing about my sex life and all this. He told us that's what we supposed to say. As soon as you brought up our sex, Joy ain't say nothing close to the responses Azriel said. And Joy responded calmly. Joy didn't get all loud. Joy straight let you know what it was about her dad and her parents without crying and going crazy. She carried herself as a mature adult. And that's why she said it to Trump before her and Azriel was about to fight. You are evil and you are immature. See, they took Joycelyn as weak and like she was a child because she's calm. She's not loud. She's respectful, which a lot of women I know from down south always were. She got like that hospitality type like heart, like respect people's feelings, they home, like how she got with Azriel of this is his home. You don't bring nobody and all. It wasn't about Shabazz, who Shabazz was and all that. This man is in jail. And you got a whole man up in this man's house. Out of pocket. But that's that that Southern hospitality, and Joycelyn has that instilled in her. She also know when it's the place and the time to speak, to get loud, don't get loud, to speak without having to use foul language. Look how Azriel was cussing and all that to Gayle King. Joycelyn ain't have to do that, and she still got a point across. So how did Robert coach y'all to get hype in, all mad with Gayle King and everything else? When first of all, Gayle King triggered Azriel by saying, I just seen your father. And he said when he seen you the other day, he looked at you and you couldn't even look him in his face. Oh, don't listen to my dad. My dad is such a manipulator. And I didn't look him in his face because he's a liar. Oh, well, your dad said you didn't look him in his face and everything because you're mad because they have proof and stuff. They know that you were having sex with Robert when you were 17. No, see, he's lying. First of all, they told me to lie to Robert and tell him I was 18, and they was trying to make me have sex with her when I was 17. Gayle King triggered her. Bing! Knew exactly what word to say, knew exactly what to say to get her claiming. You see how fast she broke crying? So you want to tell me that was a part of the act that Robert told them to do? Or you going to get real mad and then just bust out crying? No, that was real what Azriel did. Because she was hurt about what she was going through with her mom and dad. And Gayle King knew how to trigger her. She couldn't get Joycelyn. She's more mature. Remember what I said about cancers? Once we get to that point, about somebody who has crossed us, somebody who we literally don't even think they exist. That's how calm Joycelyn was when speaking about her parents and how they was tied up into the BS without cussing, without crying, without getting loud, and without going on and on. Oh, and my dad and my mom, they told me to have sex with Robert when I was getting out of college. Joycelyn didn't even get into all that. And that's why I said people should really be scared of Joycelyn really coming out to talk. Because at this point, she holds all the cards for each and every woman that got on them stands for both cases. You think she ain't been basically the book of Robert telling her everything over these 5 years? And watching each person take the stand and lie on him, saying this and that about this, that, and that. And you think he didn't give the truth to every lie that individual said on the stand to Joycelyn? All the things that he has endured throughout his 30-year career to Joycelyn? Trust and believe, when she does talk, that's when people need to worry. Seriously. And that's why I kind of think some of the females, I ain't gonna say no names, but y'all can read it between the lines, that did come out here and act like they was kind of a little rowdy, like they, talking a little bit, but real fast went back in hiding. And you don't really hear too much from them. Ever since it was announced that Robert and Joycelyn was engaged. You said main location? What location, Shannon? Maybe I'm behind. Sure did. He said the last time he spoke with her and seen her, Ashley, was at the courthouse.
How can he take her away from her family? She needs her family.
More than what she knows.
What would she need her family for, though? That's what I'm saying. These the same people that sat in front of the world and degraded me. You went on Oz, Dr. Oz. Probably a show that her family used to watch back in the day. Probably a show that Joycelyn, when she was growing up as a teenager. Oh, Dr. Oz. You went on Dr. Oz. You went in front of Gail. You went in front of major platforms. Not about my talent that I can model this. You went in front of the world and said I had herpes and chlamydia, that I had Stockholm syndrome, that I was basically Robert's hoe. And he was just effing me and making me sleep on floors while Azriel would get to bed because Azriel was the queen. And you let Angelo, Tasha, all these people drag the hell out of me through these streets with lies. Because Azriel was never number one. Joycelyn always was. Robert and Joycelyn never argued. Robert got Joycelyn's passport. Azriel cried at the trial in New York. Oh, he knew I wanted a passport, but he got Joycelyn one. Every time Joycelyn asked for something, he give it to her right away, or he go buy it right away. But I don't know what it is. We always arguing. It's always a problem, a disagreement, argument with me and Robert, but not him and Joycelyn. She said that Robert told her he was not having no more kids no time soon, and that he was never having children by her, and she was not ready to be nobody's mother, and that he would never marry her. She said this on the witness stand. But when she left Chicago, Angelo and her lied and told Tasha K, Larry, and everybody else that Azriel was the main one. She was the wifey. Robert was about to marry her, but the feds came in. Azriel was the only name on the Trump and all the bills and the cars and lies. Her and Joycelyn's name was on everything. And when Robert found out towards the end that she was stealing and everything else, he took her name off of everything. That's why she started stealing. That's why she tore up all Joycelyn's shit. And that's why she flipped, because of the emails. Also, she came out here, Tasha K, Angel, everybody else. Oh, Robert only was in love with Azriel. Robert was going to make Azriel wifey. She says on Presidents, oh, me and Robert talked about kids and marriage. We were about to, I told him we got to find another way to deal with our issues when we had problems. Because I told him, you ain't going, we can't do that. I ain't going to be getting spanked and all of that. So I told him we got to come up with another way. Because, we talked about our family, me having the kids and lies, lies, lies. She admitted in court on the witness stand that Robert told her he was never going to marry her. And that he wasn't having no more kids no time soon, but also that he was not having no kids with her. And she was in that goddamn court crying like a mug saying that. Hurt. But you told the whole freaking internet that he didn't care for Joy. He made Joy sleep on the floor. But you know what? No. She didn't care for none of them women. Don't forget, it's videos out here. When Holly first released her, oh, them bitches better go sleep in on the laundry floor. Oh, them bitches better go sleep on the in the room with the wash and dryer. That was Azriel's voice. That was Azriel talking about Joycelyn, Holly, Juice, Taylor. That was Azriel. Oh, them bitches better go sleep in the laundry room on the floor. But she told the internet that Robert made Joycelyn sleep on the floor. That Robert would go buy Joycelyn all the stuff from the mall and take it and give it to Azriel right in front of her face. Lies. Just like she said in court. Anything Joycelyn asked Robert for, he would get it right then and there. Anything she wanted to buy or whatever, he would go buy it with no argument, nothing. And then she was so hurt because she wanted a passport and he only got Joycelyn one. That's why y'all see after Robert went to jail, she was so hyped to get that passport to Dubai, and now she can't even go back to Dubai because that guy that was her friend that she stole from, he reported her. And remember, she was so broke over there, she sold the damn passport. Crazy. Crazy. But her dad and them don't talk about that. What she was over Dubai doing. Ain't nobody dumb. We seen her uploading the videos. And she's looking like she on the highway and passenger seat of a car. But we can't see the driver. Yeah, because that was the date. Nobody dumb. Who the hell is in a fly nice car in Dubai showing a video, but ain't going to show who's the driver with them? Like if it's their cousin, their family, sister. Oh, but they ain't showing the driver? Oh, yeah, because we know what it is. And her old friend, that the guy, he said, and she used to make the profile pages where, you know, they show themselves off to get the dates and all that. And he said a lot of the guys would be mad when they come because she go get other people's bodies and stuff and put them on that profile. And he was like, this ain't you. No. I want the person on here. This ain't you. So she would use other people, like, I guess, butt, breast, face, all that. And he said a lot of the guys was mad when they came because they's like, this ain't the same person on here. But he said he thinks she did that because she was so noticeable because of all the Rkelly stuff. She didn't want to put her real face on the profile pictures and stuff. So basically, she was catfishing. Yep, but he said some of them guys was real mad. Like, we're the person on the picture. And he said, she would say, it's me. That's me. No, this is not you. I want the person on the picture. I think he said a few of the guys left and they wanted their money back, but she didn't give it back. And that's why he said, he told her that she had to stop doing dates at his house because it was starting to get dangerous. And the authorities in Dubai, trust and believe, they know the black women that come from America that is not Muslim, that's not practicing Islam or not coming over there to visit the holy grounds, that's just coming over there for prostitution. And he said that they was sitting outside his house on the corner a few times, and that's why he told her she had to stop because basically you could just see the guys pulling up and running in and out. Different guys pulling up, running in and out. And he said you knew the basically the guys that were tricking because they had the big fancy cars and and I guess where he lived at, anytime you see those guys pulling up, he said it's only for one or two reasons. They coming to pick up a prostitute. And he said the authorities, they was already looking at Azriel and knew that she was doing that out there.
More than what you know. Don't tell her what she's going through, And that's why, I pray for all these young girls. They want the same, and it's not worth it. It's not worth it once you get under once you get under their little spell they got. Because all of them got the spell they put on our kids, and it's sad. But then they preach to us like, they good and they loving. That's not good and loving. Then they put y'all out like y'all just wanted money. And I just was thinking in my head, I know this people, they talk about God, they looking for their kid. I know they just.
How you looking for your kid that's visiting her man for the last 5 years, and you gonna openly come on social media and say you don't know how to get in touch or what ways to go to try to see if your daughter's alive or if she's even anybody know what city or state she, and this man's address to where what jail he's in is public freaking information, bro. Seriously. And they already know the feds listen and watch his every freaking move. Are you crazy? He's in federal custody. You don't think that the feds knew for 5 years he's been talking to Joycelyn? You don't know that the feds had to approve of the phone list and the visitor list of Joycelyn Savage? So you want to ask somebody, is she alive? And which cities? How about you go ask the same people that you sent everybody to in the first place? Because guess what? They've been listening and watching Joycelyn and Robert for 5 years. No harm has been done. Because if it was an inch of any, they would have quickly had Robert on new charges ASAP. That's how you know everything regarding Robert and Joycelyn is 100% legit. 100% no harm, wrongdoings, nothing. Because if that was the case, the feds would have been came out a long time ago. It's been 5 years, and they couldn't even make Joycelyn come to trial and push the lies that they were pushing about her being a victim. That lets you know right there, there's no proof, no receipts of nothing of the such of Robert abusing Joycelyn Savage. Period. So again, please stop telling people you don't know if she's alive and all this when there's documentation, there's paper trail of her visiting this man for 5 freaking years. The dates, the times, the facility, the transportation that she got to get there, to leave there. So if you really was looking for your daughter, the same people you sent everybody else to, who you think Robert's in custody with? But see, y'all know that Joycelyn's all right. Y'all know that. Y'all issue is she won't deal with y'all. So y'all trying to get the public, I guess, to help. Or to try to push this narrative that y'all don't know if she alive or not, to make the public feel bad for y'all. So you trying to convince people to put out this picture of Joycelyn that you got and tell everybody to put it on their Instagram. I guess to try to get Joycelyn's attention some type of way, but you're not listening. She is at the point where she doesn't even think y'all exist in the same world she does. And she's been carrying this on for some years now. So it might kind of be over. I ain't gonna lie, it's been over 5 years because she stopped talking to y'all before Robert went to jail. So I don't know. It really might be a done deal. Like if anything changed, it's gonna be on her time. But as of now, she's literally to the point where she doesn't think that y'all exist in the same world she lives in. And how she lives her life and her routine and schedule, she doesn't talk to y'all, she don't have to see y'all, and I bet you she don't deal with nobody that deals with y'all. Just so that she don't accidentally run into y'all, just so she don't accidentally be talking to somebody and they got y'all on the phone or they bring up, oh, I just talked to da da da. I'm pretty sure her circle is so tight. Ain't no way nobody's creeping through without her noticing from the rip because it's so small. Because I'm pretty sure she couldn't trust nobody after what she seen all of them do to Robert. Especially people that knew him way longer than she did, 20 and 30 years. And they got up on a stand and lied on him. So I know that also had to make Joycelyn tougher and stronger. And to see your own parents go against you for some money and fame with some strangers they don't even know, that originally from the rip knew that they was framing Robert. And the only reason they switched their narrative to about their daughter was being abused because of Joycelyn parents pushing the narrative and put them out there. So they had to hurry up and come with a storyline for people to be asking, well, wait a minute, how your daughter was with him for a year and y'all ain't saying nothing all this time? Oh, we was fighting behind the scenes. Yeah, okay.
Oh my God.
You're absolutely right.
Yeah, I've been thinking she was at home.
You know, we haven't seen her. We've been praying day and night. I pray every morning at 3:30. I pray. I get up in the middle of the night to pray for my daughter. They haven't stopped since.
Keep praying. Keep praying. God hear you.
And you're supposed to continue praying for your daughter. That don't stop. And pray that maybe one day when your daughter is ready, not when y'all want her to be ready, not when y'all want her to up and jump, when she's ready and it comes across her heart that maybe she can forgive y'all and maybe be able to stand to actually see y'all face to face, where y'all shut up and don't talk at all and just let her talk and get everything out of what y'all did to her, how she felt, the truth of how Robert never abused her, and how y'all sat up here with others and pushed those lies, all because those other people was trying to get money, so they pushed the lies, and you ruined an R&B icon, legend, life over some lies and rumors, thinking you about to come up on some money and some fame and clout for a stupid ass documentary. So you did all of this shit, and at the end, all the rest of them talk to their kids afterwards. Their kids might have moved to another city or state, or they might not even be that cool with their kids no more. But after that stuff happened, they talked and seen their kids. But all that y'all did, y'all got it the worst. Because y'all daughter ain't never talked to y'all since. So y'all up here taking up for them, the Rogers. So we apologize to the Rogers that surviving Rkelly thing. And you shouldn't even been all worried about them and what they family got going on and all that either. Because Faith ain't care about no goddamn Joycelyn. Oh, the last time I was with Robert, I seen Joycelyn. So after that, I seen her dad and them on the news. So I decided to go tell her dad and them, hey, I think I seen your daughter when I just was with Robert. I think that was your daughter there. And then Tim Savage says, oh, you should go get checked out because Robert has herpes. But it was never documentation or receipts of Joycelyn ever having it. Did y'all ever notice nobody in the Chicago trial has herpes or had herpes? But did you notice everybody in the New York trial claimed the herpes? Shout out to Judge Lennon Weber. He said, I don't want no Aaliyah in this trial. I don't want no bad egg witnesses in this trial. And we ain't dealing with none of that. The herpes and all, I got herpes, they got herpes, with no proof and receipts. Keep that over in New York. So if the man was giving out herpes, right? Sharonda, Azriel, Faith, Sonya, he was found not guilty, and Judge and Donnelly let the prosecutors grant their motion against Stephanie restitution because Faith turned down the restitution. Sharonda didn't get it. So it would have only been Azriel getting restitution. And restitution is mandatory far as all that alleged victim stuff and all that, right? So they didn't want to go out with just Azriel getting restitution, and they had all them damn bad act witnesses, all of them with uh actual witnesses he was charged for, and only Azriel get it. So they asked for Stephanie, who already got $250,000 from him in 2002, where her girlfriend had passed away, when they claimed that they believe Robert gave them herpes, right? So if he was giving all these herpes, right? Take Geronda out, Azriel, and Faith, because he just met them, right? So if Stephanie's claiming this, why doesn't his wife have it, who left in 2010? Why doesn't Rashonda have it, who left in 2011? Why doesn't Lisa Van Allen have it? Why doesn't Pauline have it? Why doesn't Nia have it? Why doesn't the one who was just pregnant with his child? Why she didn't have it? Why doesn't Holly have it? And the list goes on. So if you want to try to bring Stephanie, who got $250,000 in 2002, claiming he gave her herpes because his doctor went on and gave him Valtrex in 2000 and put it in his records, and after that, everybody started coming after him, saying that a lawsuit because he gave him herpes, all because that doctor prescribed that medicine in 2000. No other doctor after that ever diagnosed him with herpes. But again, why doesn't none of the other women from the 90s to 2000, 2002, 2004 have herpes? But all of a sudden, Geronda, who he never slept with, just delusional and obsessed, Azriel, which the doctor who testified on the stand said, oh, was it possible that Azriel could have been dealing with somebody else before she met Robert? And because she didn't go to the doctors regularly, she could have already had it. The doctor said, yep. So Nicole said, so can you say that she has that? Can you sit here today and say that my client gave her herpes? No. Faith. It came out. Shout out to Canning for doing his research, that she's supposed to have herpes since 2013. So if they claiming Robert gave it to them, why all the women from the 90s up into 2004 don't have herpes? And especially the wife he was with all them years, who just left in 2010, that means she would have definitely been full blown with it. So by the time he met Azriel and Faith, if Drea came out and said, yeah, I had it all these years, then okay, somebody he meet like Faith in them years after that, all right. But why all the people that he was with way before Azriel and Faith, they ain't got it? Because they needed some type of storyline. They needed something that they know that they didn't have to physically prove in court and can still run with that narrative, because they can, what they say something about the outbreak, and in New York is a whole different law when it comes to that herpes. Okay? And they knew that. That's why they picked that venue. The only thing different is that's why they picked a federal case and went the RICO way. Because if it was state in New York with that herpes thing, like Greenberg said, it wouldn't have been no years and none of that. That would have been a misdemeanor charge. And that's why the health department was so mad at the prosecutors during the trial, because they was up there trying to make it seem like herpes was AIDS or HIV. And it's no comparison. And there's a lot of people who are living very great lives, great families, children and everything, who have herpes. So the health department was like, Y'all basically trying to say that if somebody with somebody and they catch herpes, like they supposed to get like 10, 20 years or something, and that's not the law. But that's why they went the RICO enterprise way. Like Greenberg said, where you could take misdemeanors and actually flip them to federal felonies. That's the whole basically getting over when you go the federal RICO criminal enterprise. All of them elements, and then you only have to show, I think, 2 aggravating factors.
Keep praying. God hear you. I just want, it's
Hey,
funny
Sissy Boo.
sometimes. But like you said,
Hey, Black.
she do want to come home, and she just can't. We don't know that.
We don't know what's going on with her. Like the baby situation, right? It took me.
Yeah. Yeah, I heard that she was pregnant. She was having a baby.
It was somebody else that did that hoax. I don't know who hired the person or whatever, but we finally put it out on TMZ that she wasn't. And the man that came, he called me and he said, "Hey, Miss Sam, that's my baby that's on there." I said, "Wow." He said, "Yeah, this dude took a picture of my child because that's where I remember him." So he was like, that's my daughter. Right. So we killed that hoax. You know what I'm saying? So,
but they didn't kill the narrative. Who was really behind the Patreon? They didn't kill the narrative. Who was that published a whole book on Amazon called Joy and Robert? In the book, where this person is claiming Robert abused them, that they're pregnant with a baby, even all the way down to they made an email, right? And the New York Times, the Washington Post, dumb enough that they were emailing that person. Did they talk to the person? They all said no. But they said Joycelyn Savage emailed them back, sending them links of her published book. Now, this is the New York Times. This is the Washington Post. This is why that book was promoted so heavy, because they were dumb enough to communicate with this person through email. So they really believe it was Joycelyn. But why didn't her family track down this person, especially for portraying to be Joycelyn, for one, publishing an actual book on Amazon and made lots of money? Nobody asked themselves why they didn't track that person down and reveal who that person is, even get that person on charges. This the same person that was running that Instagram account. So, didn't track down a person for the Patreon. Luckily, the Patreon stopped that and sent everybody back their money. Like right soon as all the people sent their money. But it's funny to me they didn't track that person down either. It's funny to me that the prosecutors didn't expose that person, because that was very big at that time. Whoever was behind that Patreon. Everybody was talking about the Patreon. Oh, Joycelyn finally coming forward. Joycelyn finally telling her story. I mean, every blogger, every big media platform. And you mean to tell me Patreon and Instagram don't know who's behind that damn account? You mean to tell me Instagram let a person come right back after the Patreon was created and create another Joycelyn Savage Instagram account and gain so many followers? Even made up the baby story with that same Instagram account. And you mean to tell me they published a book with that same Instagram account and Instagram didn't know who was behind it? They had to attach a phone with that account. They had to attach an email with that account. And all Instagram had to do even further, and the prosecutors pull an IP address because that's impersonating somebody. But we don't care about Joycelyn, so uh, we don't care about the person having to face consequences for impersonating her, making money, publishing books, and all that. We worried about what they say Robert did. So it's funny to me how they didn't run down on that stuff because allegedly people think they were in cahoots with that stuff.
People just doing all type of stuff. Even she did the book and all that. I'm like, I ain't done that book.
Yeah, they said she did a book. Yeah, they said she did a book. And it's supposed to have been out. The attorney was talking about her like she was just good and, everything was. And they supposed to have got married.
No one heard Joy. No one talked to Joy. Joy disappeared.
And it seemed like at least.
You see how he putting out the lies? For those that was at the sentencing like me, Jennifer Bonjean revealed the conversation her and Joy had that morning before the sentencing, while she was in front of hundreds of media in front of the courthouse in New York. Yes, I talked to Joycelyn this morning. The media asked her, is Robert and Joycelyn Savage engaged? Yes, that is his fiance. I talked to her this morning. She told me to tell Robert to keep his head up, stay strong, and that she loves him. And they were asking her about who's Robert's real family. Does he have any siblings there that day with him? And she said no. He has an estranged sister who's not here and two brothers who are here in spirit. But that's the only siblings that he has here. And again, she made it very clear at the beginning that she spoke with Joycelyn that morning and Joycelyn contacted her to tell her to relay the message to Robert before the sentencing started. So when she just said, the lawyer came out here and said that everything was fine with Joycelyn, it is. But now Bonjean is releasing text messages of only showing her writing a message to Jennifer, harassing this lady. Oh, you really must be about money, represent the pedo and all this. This is what I'm talking about. But you worried about your daughter? You think Joycelyn is gonna jump up to talk to you while you harassing his lawyer, texting her that her fiance, you still going on with this, that he's a pedo, and that basically his lawyer is a clout chaser or chasing money, and desperate because she's representing a pedo, and that you getting the Secret Service involved because now Jennifer trying to act like she don't know where Joycelyn at and all, but you see no responses from Jennifer. So if it is Jennifer, it's messed up because she doxed Jennifer Bonjean's number. So let me show y'all the text. This is it right here. I'm gonna leave it on the screen while I finish playing this audio so y'all can read it yourself.
And it seemed like at least let these people hear her voice.
Right. I say, if it ain't me, let my wife, my two daughters, see their sister.
Yes.
And y'all don't even know if Jennifer is Joycelyn's lawyer. You think Robert wouldn't have his fiance lawyered up? You think Robert would make sure that if he's represented by lawyers, that his fiance is also secure and represented? Common sense. That's his fiance. Most likely, they would have the same representation. So, what do Jennifer look like? You said she already said that Joycelyn was fine, and yes, she's okay. This was around the time when everybody was saying Joycelyn was pregnant and all that. Robert came on social media himself and did an interview and clearly said Joycelyn is not pregnant. No, she didn't have no baby. No, that baby floating around is not my baby. He came out here and cleared it himself. And that was the last time that they claimed that Jennifer told them Joycelyn was fine. The rumors and all that was lies, right? But now they're mad because I guess Jonjolin is reaching out to Jennifer, trying to get her like they did James Mason and everybody else and all the other managers to try to make Joycelyn speak to them and call them. Oh, what type of people are y'all that y'all don't tell her to call her parents? She's 29 years old also. What do Jennifer look like telling you about a 29-year-old your child or not whereabouts? She can't do that. Now, as a concerned parent, she's a mother, you're a mother. There's rumors out here that your child is pregnant, had a baby. You telling TMZ you don't know if your child is unalive and all that. So Jennifer extended her hand and put it out there. Joycelyn is fine. Nothing's wrong with her. She's well. Everything's okay. Y'all went off the radar for about 5-6 months. Now y'all back. Jonjolin releasing text messages. You don't see no responses from Jennifer. So what that tell me? She's stalking and harassing Jennifer. And Jennifer probably not responding because you telling her, so now you ain't telling. There is a one warning reply to state, you have no idea where Joycelyn Savage is. Your client Rkelly has done harm to her, and you know it. I will be passing the information along to proper Secret Service. You lied. You never talked to her. You will not hear from this number again. You pedophile lover just for a case money check. Tell me this lady ain't dumb as hell. You text this to Jennifer. Your client has done harm to her and you know it. I will be passing this information to the proper Secret Service. You lied. You never talked to her. You will not hear from this number again. You are a pedophile lover just for a case of money. Not only is it harassment in this text message, threats, defamation, threats. This is a warning. Then you going to sit up here and say she lied. She never talked to Joycelyn. When the lady said at the press conference to all those media platforms, Joycelyn just called her that morning. You think that Joycelyn wouldn't be in contact with her fiance's attorney? Of course. But you think this is going to get your daughter to come out and talk to you? You just made it worse for probably 3-4 more years now. Dummy. You think Joycelyn's going to go with you still continuing to slander and defame her fiance? Are y'all dumb? And then you had a nerve to, guess you doing something by posting this on Instagram. This is harassment, lady. Defamation. And then you playing these games with an attorney. Your money better be right. Because y'all going to push Joycelyn to the point where, I'm telling you, she going to have it where y'all can't even come out and speak her name. That's probably when you really going to see her in court, suing y'all asses. Watch. You think Jennifer lied when she came out and said Joycelyn called her that morning? You think Jennifer lied when she said Joycelyn contacted her and is in contact with her? Why would she not be? So that's defamation. Then you called her a pedophile lover. You got to be dumb. Gotta be. And if this is Jennifer's number and you doxed it on the internet, you even more dumb. This is never going to help you get in communication with your daughter, or you know your client harmed her and you know it. Another defamation. Gotta be stupid. I don't know where her mother over there going to, but this ain't the way to go. This was dumb.
You know, I'd be like Moses. I'd sit back, let them go. You follow me?
Yeah.
Because I'm that type of man. You know, I want them to have that relationship with their sister and her daughter.
Well, you should have thought about that before your wife sent that message to Jennifer. That was dumb. Not only did she threaten her with Secret Service, oh, this is the last warning, and you know your client harmed my daughter. And Jonjala knew what she was doing by posting this, to put the narrative out there to people like Jennifer knows something about Robert harming Joycelyn, her saying to Jennifer, this your last warning, and saying to Jennifer, you know you lied, you ain't talked to her. You don't see no texts from Jennifer. You just see her stating this is her texting Jennifer. Where's the other side at? But see, when you put this out there to people with no context, she know the people who she's trying to get the feed off this. But you got to be dumb and then have your husband go live talking about y'all trying to see your daughter and finding ways to try to come up with some way to this wasn't the smart way. And if you don't got no common sense to know that that man's fiance is not in contact with his attorney, then you dumber than I thought. Dumber than I thought. Now you harassing the attorney. And this is why nobody wants to help y'all. This is why everybody turns their back. This is why. Stuff like this. You gonna call that lady a pedophile lover. You're still defaming Robert's character. It's crazy. When your daughter was grown, when she met him. So where's the pedophile lover at? So you just called Jennifer a pedophile. Dumb. You trying to put up a fight with an attorney. Are you dumb? Gotta be stupid.
That was my first my father.
You know, I'm gonna tell you this. I used to take my daughter. My daughter was first born. It was probably back in 1995. And this was a lot of money back then. I probably spent about $2,000 just on baby clothes myself. I was so happy for this little.
But ain't sent her with $1 when she was living with Robert. But you and Angelo out here complaining about how they looked at court, they hair, they clothes. But you actually knew your daughter was living there. This man taking care of her. You talking about you been putting money into her career and everything else. But you ain't sent Robert 10 cents. Here you go, my man. You know, thank you for putting a roof over my daughter's head and, you know, food in her mouth and this, that, and the third, because you're running around here acting like these are kids. But if that was the case, why didn't y'all send no money, clothes, toiletries, pads, money towards their medical? You think they weren't supposed to see the doctors and the dentists? Towards y'all kids. Y'all just sat back and just assumed this man supposed to take care of them. But then you want to turn around and call him names and say he ain't this, he ain't that. But ain't even get that man grace that he took care of your kids. And y'all ain't get that man 10 cents. But instead y'all took money out his mouth in your kid's mouth.
Girl coming into the world. Everything.
Right.
You know? And she always was a daddy girl. So I'm like, why?
And even after all this time, they so concerned, right? Right? But you think they sent Joy $1 in these 5 years? Hell no.
It's my why she won't talk? You know, it's just like why? Because she's never been abused.
It's not that we would never know because it's like a mental thing, you know.
Wow, here we go.
And,
now you letting strangers defame her online. Now you got this lady saying that your daughter is a mental thing because she don't want nothing to do with the same people who defamed and exploited her on the internet. Her own parents. But she's mental for keeping her mental clear of no negativity and just positive. So she chose to keep that negativity away. I got to cut people off, even if it's my own parents. Look what they doing to me. They didn't care if that girl was mentally unstable and tried to take herself out of here. They didn't care. They kept going. They kept going on interviews. They kept going on TV, saying all type of derogatory things about her. Anybody that was weak would have been took themselves out of here. Anybody. Y'all took everything from her. Robert, everything. Everything. All because y'all selfishness and y'all wanted money, clout, and everything else. But she's mental because she don't want nothing to do with them? Lady, are you slow? You mental. And that's my thing. You got strangers coming up here saying stuff out the side of their face because y'all don't want to take it. You got people coming up saying all type of stuff, knowing y'all know y'all what y'all did to her. And y'all got all these strangers that build up with y'all and follow these lies and Stockholm Syndrome and sex trafficking and build up these lies with y'all against your own damn daughter. And then you got this lady up here talking about, on a panel with you, calling your daughter mental. Are you dumb? This lady don't know your daughter from a can of paint. Ain't no way. I would have said, my daughter ain't mental. You know, my daughter ain't never been diagnosed. But you don't care. You don't even pay attention that the people are slandering your daughter. These people don't care about you and your family. This is entertainment to them. Something to do. Oh, let me hit his link. Let me go up there and talk a little bit. They don't care. But you ain't think about your daughter mental health. And if this conversation or any of the lives that you ever did degrading her gets back to her. You took everything from that girl. All over clout chasers and liars.
It's something we don't know because we haven't been that way, you know. So I just thought that, I thought she was at home because the other girl, and she's at home. Or what was the girl that was with them?
Azriel. I think she's with her parents, but they had some bad situations going on in their household, and you know.
So y'all don't even try to, talk to her to see, like some spots to be at, or
maybe twice. But she was very respectful. But I hadn't talked to her since. Ever since what came out about the parents and what they did and all that, I hadn't talked to them since. Because I felt that it was so disrespectful for people that really...
so did she tell you some of the stories? I know she came on TV and so how it was like he was really abusive and how he was hitting on her. Just that,
He said she told, and that's the reason why we really bagged off too, because Ash had told me, she said, just leave her alone and she may come to her senses or something, right? That's what she said. That's what Ash said. So we did that. But I at the end of the day, Ash didn't tell us, I call her Ash, but Azriel didn't tell us everything.
Yeah.
Because she's been through so much trauma. Yeah. Right.
And she still needs help.
And I pray for her every day too. I do. I really do. I pray for that young girl.
Yeah. Maybe she'll come out like Dominique, the girl Dominique was. You see how she was just like, Joy. And she finally reached out to her mother. So that's why I say whatever you installed in her, it's still in her. Don't think it's not. Right. It's still there. And I believe, she's gonna come around.
I feel it.
But you know, once you in love with a man, it just it's something.
But you know,
once that love is there.
But you know, I feel that if I could get a chance to talk with Rkelly, maybe he can do something. You know what I'm saying? Because he did have some control.
Yeah, have you ever tried to see if you can talk to him while he's
yeah, I've been trying to make that happen. It hadn't happened. No.
You won't do it. The attorney won't even set it up.
Make it happen.
That's deep right there. That's really deep.
I've been trying to make that happen because I want to have that one-on-one conversation with him, a man-to-man conversation.
Yes, that's right. But you know what? He's not going to be able to have a man-man conversation with because he's not a man.
I feel great.
So he's not going to be able to have it with you.
You're right.
But I want you to know everybody experience y'all each day. Hey, like you said, everybody got to come together. It's just like him taking my child, my daughter, you know. It's that's a powerful thing right there. Of somebody that have total control over you like that.
Right.
Because whatever he put on her, it's on her right now. But I just can't even imagine her not talking to her grandparents. You know, at least not even talking to her mother.
She had talked to her grandparents or her mother. Her grandmama's still living in Memphis, and her Donna, which is my wife's mother, she passed, and
she come to the funeral, didn't she?
Not at all.
And they was close, right?
That was her Nana. Her Nana was one of the, you know, they was, besides her mom, she was close to my wife's mother. Here.
And you're right. I think you do, you know, need to show something every day, what you're going through every day. Put it out there. You gotta keep going with it. Don't let it die down.
I feel that the people, not just that, I think the people deserve to know. You understand?
Yeah.
It's not just me. I want the people to know.
Yes. For you can put it out there for their daughters. They won't get in this predicament, you know? Because it's still going on. You see that Puff Daddy stuff. You look at Puff Daddy. You see all that. It's still going on with our kids. We gotta put it out there.
And so that's the reason why I say that. You know, I'm thinking very hard on that. Just, you know, where I can almost do like a 24-hour thing where until I find her. You know what I'm saying? So we can tune in to know what's going on.
Yes, I think that's a good idea. I think that's an excellent idea. You got to keep going on it with it every day.
It's hard, but you know,
yeah.
You know,
oh, I know it's hard. And it's gonna be, you know, some hoops and rattles you gotta go through. But hey, you love your daughter. You know. And you want her
that's
home.
The most important thing, to get her home and get her some help that she deserves.
Yeah. Like you said, you go to bed every night. You don't know if she's dead or if she's alive. I couldn't even imagine that.
I know.
Well, how many years has been since you not seen her?
Since I want to say year 2016.
Yeah, I remember when you first came out, you and your wife. I remember when you first came out.
It was a Lifetime situation. We was on BET.
Yeah.
It was the first to come out with.
Yeah.
And they saw me with the bat in my hand. And I get that
in
the car.
Yeah, you want to complain.
You know, and my wife was like, "You gonna go to jail?" She said, "You gotta go at this another way." She said, "You gonna go?" I said, "I don't care," and you know, I had to listen to her. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
You gotta think. But you know, at that moment in time, you didn't care. That's your blood. That's your seed. None should take control of your seed. You know, all you do is take her to a nice concert to see somebody, a famous singer that you
I
like.
didn't even take her to the concert. That was the other family took me to the child concert. When Joy went to the concert, right? A lot of people don't even know that.
Yeah, they said y'all took her to the concert, and y'all put it together backstage.
They got us confused with the Clarice again, and that's the whole shebang. You know, Joy and her sister went to the because his manager had picked them up and said he was going to take them to the concert. I didn't know that all this was going to go down like that. Because his manager came to the store,
right,
and he was signed with Sony. And it's whole, but I didn't take my daughter to the concert, so they got confused with the Clarice that was at the concert. So you know, and I hate to talk about them, but that's what happened. Yeah. I don't want to talk about them, to be honest.
Yeah.
You know what they?
Yeah. But that's sad how they painted y'all so bad, you know. But you have to have common sense, and I kept looking at y'all how y'all were. I said, no, I don't believe that. I don't believe they just sold their daughter to this man.
But you know, people will say anything to try to earn a buck, especially Tasha K.
Oh yeah.
You know, I almost had her arrested. I'm just being real. She was close, very this close. Yeah, you know, she made 2 more mistakes.
Yeah, she be having it out there, boy. She knows she be having it out there too.
That's real talk.
But like I said, just keep your head up, keep your faith up. Hey, I'm here praying with y'all. And I do believe she's gonna hear that prayer. Y'all gonna hear something. And I hope soon, especially your wife. I hope soon, because I know she's just sick. How's she doing?
She's doing okay. She takes it one day at a time, you know. Her head got next to her, so she's taking it one day at a time.
Yeah.
And it's hard on her.
And she won't even talk to her sister and nobody, huh? She won't reach out to nobody.
Yeah, nobody. But you know, but like I said, if you can put that picture that I got on my Instagram page on the page, I appreciate that. And,
okay, I will. You said put it on my page?
And I appreciate it. And tag me in, and we just want to get that out there. You know, where is Joy? Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Where is she? Because all this time I've been thinking y'all been talking, but she, you know, y'all at least have been communicating because everything had died down.
But we haven't.
Wow. You messed me up when I seen you. I said, oh, let me see how they doing. How they doing? And when you said that, I said, wait a minute. He ain't talking to her?
Yeah.
No. So all that was a lie about her pregnant and all that, but you don't know. Oh, but it was a lie.
It was a lie.
All right, then. Well, I'm going to let you take the next call. I don't want to hold you up, but I'm going to keep praying for you. God bless you.
Thank you.
And I'm going to keep praying for you. Thank you. Thank you.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? I just want to thank everybody. If somebody else want to come on here, they can. I just, you know, God says that we have to
Okay, let me see. Somebody else want to come on here. Hold on. I think I got her in here. Bear with me. I did. This thing is screaming slow. Well, anyway, I thought I had made it got on here. If anybody can do me a favor that's on this live right now, if you guys can take that picture that I have on my Instagram that says, "Where is Jocelyn?" and please put it on your page. I'm begging you to put it on your page. And hashtag that also. I would appreciate it. I would definitely appreciate it if you could do that for me. Not just do it for me, but someone knows where my daughter is. Someone knows if she's in Chicago, North Carolina, New York. Someone knows. But right now, we want to see if we can have that relationship with her and just talk as a father to a young adult, and a mother talk to her daughter as a young adult. You're not reading the comments. Hold up. The woman at the courthouse. Yeah, I remember the woman at the courthouse. She was in Chicago. That's Glenda. But I don't know if Glenda was in New York now or in Chicago at one point. Social media. I tell you what, DM me that information. Someone says, you don't know. Okay. So if he do, then DM me and maybe we can find her that way. And we can track her down. Yeah. I'm sorry, guys. I didn't read all the comments. He still has accused Rob of stuff. Rob is not innocent, guys. I've told people that from the get-go. I mean, I don't think he guilty of everything, but he's not innocent. He's not an innocent character by far. So he wouldn't be locked up because the charges that came across it was judged by his own peers. So he's not innocent by far. Okay, that's his IG, based out of Chicago. Okay, send me that IG. So here's the deal. I'm going to request that everybody, if you could send me something in a DM or John Jones DM, or you can put that post up for me and see if we can move accordingly to find out more about where Jocelyn's whereabouts are. There's Jocelyn here. She's just dipped in the room.
Hey, everybody. Hey, everybody. Thanks, y'all, for joining. Yeah, we did put a post up. We've been working behind the scenes. We did put the post up on her birthday. Where is Jocelyn? We just want to know where she is. Even if she didn't come back home or if she didn't come back to her family, we want to make sure she's safe, sound mind, and healthy. And I stay away from the word deceased. because it's all the other girls are at home. We brought all the other girls home, reunited with their families, and she's not here. You know, it is so much. You know, I have been, and some of my consumer law family is on this live as well. It's so much satanic things going on. That's a whole nother conversation. But it's a lot of satanic things going on in it. And if you just open your eyes and your spiritual eyes, you will see the satanic that goes on in the industry, with the politics, with everything. And it worries me because what have they done to my daughter? No, we haven't heard anything. You know, I am at the point where I'm deregistering to vote. I've cut off a lot of people, although I love them, like Kelly Rogers, Shannon, whatever. I cut off a lot of people because I had to go into a deep dive search and go into historically learning about my background, learning about the history, learning about politics, learning about different things. And it's a lot of things that we as a people don't know that I would love for us to know as a people. And I know it's a lot of my family that's from the consumer law space that's on here, but it's a lot of demonic things that goes on. And I just pray that my daughter is not part of that. But if she is, God has her. So it's levels to this. It's levels to this. They play in our face. You know, I don't know who votes or who still votes, the Democrat, Republican, or whatever. That's another space. It's all criminalized. It's bad. And I had to step back. I cried for 2 weeks when I learned the truth about how we've been enslaved as a people. It goes so much deeper. And for us to be a part of it, it's not a trophy. It's not it's awakening, but it's not like a trophy call. It's just like awakening, a spiritual awakening. So I encourage everybody to do your due diligence and read your Bibles, read Revelations, read what's going on in the world today with the politicians and the Antichrist. Just read it. And I'm seeing things come daily to pass. And that's a whole nother conversation. Some of my consumer law people that are on here, they know exactly what I'm talking about. But I would get deeper into that because that keeps me sane on another level to learn about my historian background. But it's very demonic. The industry is very demonic. What they do, the cloning is real. You know, I'm not gonna say my daughter's been cloned, but cloning is real. It's Tim.
All right, guys. Of course. Before we get off this live, I want everybody to do me a favor and take that post where it says, "Where is Jocelyn?" and please put it on your page. I would thank you for doing that. Jongelyn would thank you as well. And I just want to, we always have to give things unto prayer. I'm a firm believer in Jesus Christ. I'm a disciple of Jesus Christ. So before we leave, I want to thank all you guys. I hope God covers you, covers your family, and cover your mind and cover your accounts, your banks, everything. Just give Jesus Christ all this, the Savior, that what you need in your life, because we can't do it without him. You know, some people say God, but which God are you talking about? Are you talking about the devil, or are you talking about the God within Jesus Christ? It's only one Father. So thank you guys. I appreciate you. If anybody else want to get on before I get off, please do so. Otherwise, I will be in touch, but please put it up. I appreciate you. Much love from the Savage family.
Yeah, anybody has any tidbits or maybe what she might be in
Yes,
Chicago,
please DM me.
North Carolina, let us know, because we just want to make sure she's alive. We don't even have proof if she's going to the visits, to the prison visits or not. We can't get proof of that. We hear proof from his attorney that she talked to her, but I talked to somebody for weeks at a time, just told me I had a grandchild by somebody that didn't have a grandchild by. You know, so when the lawyer says she talks to her, is she really talking to her?
Right.
It's levels to this. It's much levels to this. The only thing we do is pray and trust God to give us the discernment to go after what's needed at that time. But it's definitely levels to what we've been told.
Right.
And we take everything we hear as a grain of salt until it's verified.
Yep. So we thank you guys. I appreciate you. Much love from the Savage family. Y'all be peaceful, all right? That's much better.
YouTube Premium is ad-free YouTube and the YouTube Music app all together. Uninterrupted videos and an app made just for music. YouTube Premium. One subscription, 2 apps. Try 1 month free.
controversial music icon.
Once these girls come out, everything is gonna come out. Everything.
Tell me about, you know, the first sexual interaction you had with him.
I was asleep and I got a phone call and looked at my phone. It was 6 in the morning and he was like, I'm coming upstairs. And he comes and he's like pounding on the door as hard as he can. And he just comes in and he orders me to take off my clothes. He turns on the TV and he starts getting undressed from, you know, bottoms down. And he's like, I said, take off your clothes. So at that point, you know, I'm just really looking at him crazy. And he's like, I want you to come rub on daddy. And I'm thinking, you know, he wants me to massage his shoulders. So I go over and I start rubbing his shoulders and he takes my wrist and he slaps it on his penis. And he's like, no, here. I wasted no time. Like, I was like,
You've nearly got her.
Yeah.
Hey, who's this?
But after half an hour of waiting, the Savage's cousin has sad news.
You know what? The police is talking to her. I don't know. You know, she don't want to come.
They wouldn't let you talk to her at all? They won't let you even talk to her?
No. She's, Joycelyn does not want to leave. She literally
get it off my chest right now. And I tell him, you know, I'm not really ready for sex. Sex is not something, you know, I just do with somebody I'm engaging with for the first time. And he takes his hand and he boots me over the bed and he begins to stick his finger inside of me. And immediately, you know, it hurts. So I jerk back and I tell him it hurts. Mind you, he doesn't say anything. And I just turn back around, you know, I'm just hoping, you know, this is gonna be done with soon. When he penetrates me again, this time I jerk even harder because it hurts. And he just kept going. And he's, you know, saying really nasty things. You know, he's saying, oh my God, young type, P-U-S-S-Y, I love it. And he's calling me his little doll. Just, you know, talking really sexual. It just made me, you know, feel gross, feel really uncomfortable. He starts slapping my butt and he's like, tell daddy you like it. And I respond then, and that's when he finally stops.
Faith Rogers is 20 years old. Last year, she began a relationship with Rkelly, but it was only after it ended that she learned he'd given her an STD.
When I found out I had herpes, I was devastated. I was embarrassed. It's scary to think about when you have a STD that's not curable and you think about things, you know, like dating and how people will perceive you, and there's a stigma with it, you know, and I try to ignore it sometimes, but that's just the reality of it, and it sucks, you know, but you try to be strong about it, but it does get hard sometimes.
I think you're being pretty strong about it.
I think I'm being as strong as I can about it.
Why have you decided to go public?
This man is going around and transmitting STDs to people. Nobody's telling that story, and if I knew that, I probably wouldn't even got involved with him. That's a big deal. That's something you just don't skip over. And so I definitely feel like, if not me, then who?
My daughter is being held against her will.
It was Tim and Bonjean Savage who've been at the centre of the campaign against Rkelly who warned Faith about getting a blood test.
I had been in contact with the Savages, and Mr. Savage, he was like, I just want to let you know Rkelly has an STD. So I went back and I got a blood test and it came back positive.
The Savages believe their daughter Joycelyn is being held against her will by Rkelly.
Please help me welcome Joycelyn's parents, Tim and Bonjean Savage. Welcome to you both.
For the last year, they've been spearheading the campaign against him, claiming he's running a sex cult.
Your daughter is still with him. Why are you concerned?
Joycelyn is in a point of a situation of her life where she's being controlled.
What we're going through now is more severely than what I would have ever imagined.
People need to know that this man is a predator.
I've come to Atlanta to see the Savages. With media scrutiny so intense, they've asked me to meet them at a friend's house in the suburbs.
Nice to see you, man. Very nice to see you. How you doing?
Fine.
How's your day?
Hectic.
Busy day?
Busy.
A lot of things. When you first came into contact with Rkelly, so that was, you were trying to help Joycelyn's career.
We just needed him far as contacts to put her with a certain label. That was it. That's the only reason why Rkelly was involved. And then at some point, we saw that Rkelly had sexual relationships with my daughter. We called the whole music thing off.
Rkelly released some form of a statement to TMZ, and this is what you're talking about, where he says that you're just after money, and he says you kind of have like a personal vendetta against him, and that's why you're pursuing all of this.
He wants to put it back on me. I would take the blame. I don't want no money from you. What I want is my daughter. I've made that clear, Ben. I want my daughter, and I want these girls come home. War is always at a peace. You some form of fashion, you gotta come to a peace. And I would come to a peace if he let these girls go, but he won't do it. He won't do it because he knows what's gonna happen once these girls get released. Once these girls come out, everything is gonna come out. Everything.
One person who's found the last year particularly tough is Joycelyn's mum, Bonjean.
It is.
Bonjean.
Yeah. She's not feeling well because of what's going on.
Really, so that's pure, just kind of stress.
She's just been stressed out because of what's going on with her daughter. Johnson.
Give her some towels.
Okay. I'll get no work. You all right? Yeah, I understand.
I feel slightly guilty.
No, it's all right. It's what my family go through. It's hard on us. People don't know the half of what we go through.
Hey, Bonjean.
Hi, Ben.
Hey, are you feeling any better?
Feel a lot better.
What, how come you felt so sick?
It's anxiety. I have issues with anxiety. I've been having issues with the last year with anxiety when I have to talk about what's been going on.
What is it that makes you most nervous?
A lot of things, because a lot of things have been transpiring lately and a lot of heated pressure is on, and I just don't want anything drastic to happen.
I mean, it's so obvious that it's so difficult. What are you feeling?
We have 3 daughters. Tim and I have been married for 23 years.
Well, Tim Savage revealed to Angelo and Tasha K that the reason Bonjean was throwing up because this was around the time that they were on pills. That throwing up that she was doing, that's not from no anxiety. She wasn't in an intense situation. That was like as if her husband claimed that they were hooked on pills. That's either she took the pill, didn't eat, so her stomach was empty, and that's why she was throwing up and got nauseous, or
she was throwing up because she didn't have the pill. Now, this is his words that he went around telling everybody that they were hooked on pills. And he couldn't afford to keep buying the pills for her and himself. And that she was hooked on them more than him. Then Tasha K came out and said she was hooked on pills. Now, how all these people know this if you didn't tell them about you and your wife's business? Now, like I said before I played this, pay attention how they knew this man was coming. They told him to come to their friend's house because of so much of the media attention. There wasn't no media attention at this time when they filmed this in 2018. Surviving Rkelly wasn't out, none of that. Robert wasn't charged, no indictments, nothing. So with media attention that y'all didn't want this man to come to your house, something was up with that too. Didn't make sense. And pay attention how they're going to talk to Dominique's mom, who at the time was filming with Lifetime that fake rescue when she went to the hotel for Dominique. She was on the phone with Bonjean while they were filming with this guy from the UK. This was all before Surviving Rkelly came out.
We met in high school, 11th grade. We got married my first year in college. And Joycelyn's our oldest daughter. And we had made a commitment that we would do whatever we can to protect our girls. And I think we did a pretty good job. And so for this to happen, it feels like everything that I instilled in her, or the things that I've tried to be careful about, it's just been blown out.
You've met him?
I've met him twice.
What's he like?
He's very charming. He's very charismatic. And you wouldn't think that he had, his intentions was anything less than his music career. And you wouldn't think that he has anything less than the best interest of any prodigies that he's considering taking on, which my daughter was considered to be a protege.
He says that he's just being publicly lynched because he's a black man.
It's not about race. It's more that he's been held accountable for his actions, no matter if he was white, black, Caucasian, Mexican, Indian, or whatever. He's been held accountable.
One of the only ways the family can have any communication with their daughter is through Rkelly's manager, Mr. James Mason.
Hello.
James Mason.
They're currently trying to see whether Joycelyn will be able to attend her sister's graduation.
Yeah, I'm recording you. Come on. Now listen, when am I going to see my daughter?
Hey, Mr. Mason.
My wife is here.
I text you this morning.
I haven't seen my daughter since 2016. Last time I saw her, Joycelyn was on TMZ with Dominique, the other girl that's in the house. And TMZ didn't say nothing about Dominique. But listen, I need to see my daughter. Let's plan to see my daughter.
I am trying my best to make something happen for your daughter and your daughter's graduation. I'm trying. If she wants to see her sister graduate, let's just say that your daughter may say, hey, come on guys, let's go out to dinner.
Right.
And she just want to be normal. She don't want to talk about Rkelly.
You're asking, I'm going to tell you the question behind it. I'm going to answer the question.
She just wants to be with her mother, father, and siblings, but don't want to talk about her personal life. I'm just curious, how can you handle that?
If that's what she wants to do, that's fine. But the problem is, I'm a father, I just want to see my daughter. Make it happen, Mr. Mason, you his manager.
A different approach, that's all. I'm not trying to tell you.
I understand.
At the end of the day,
Hang him up.
but this your child, not my child, your child.
Hang him up.
Right? So, at the end of the day, I hope that you really give it some thought.
Thank you, Mr. Mason. You have a great day.
Thank you, bye.
Bye.
That's crazy.
That is actually crazy.
You see that, right?
That is crazy.
You see that for yourself, right?
See you later.
All right,
What was clear with meeting the Savages is that they are a massively distressed family. You know, I've sat there whilst they've called R. Kelly's manager, and he literally started negotiating with them. He was saying to them, you know, theoretically, if she comes, will you not talk to her about R. Kelly? Because if she does, and if you do, then she'll leave. And it's just unbelievable. This is a man talking to two parents about a daughter they haven't seen in a year and a half.
The tide may be turning against R. Kelly. Time's Up have come out against the singer, and his songs have been taken off playlists from various streaming sites. But he remains defiant.
It's too late. They should have did this shit 30 years ago. It's too late. The music has been injected into the world. 40 billion motherfuckers loving me. That's right. You know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna take this musical shit and I'm gonna inject these motherfuckers with this musical, beautiful motherfucking shit.
No, don't do that. I can't afford no more kids.
No.
The next day, the Savage family asked me to come with them to an R. Kelly concert in North Carolina. There's a chance Joycelyn is going, but it feels like a real long shot.
Do you actually think Joycelyn's going to be there?
I don't know. Hopefully I'm praying that she's there.
If you actually saw her, what would you do?
I would actually hug her and just find out what's going on with her and then move from there.
The Savages aren't alone. They're in regular contact with parents whose daughters are also with R. Kelly. One of them calls.
Hey, Michelle.
She's tracked down her daughter Dominique, who's been with R. Kelly for 8 years. Dominique is in LA. The surprising news for the Savages is that Joycelyn is with her.
She think they're in LA at the hotel. She called the hotel and she said it sounded like Joyce answered the phone.
This is the mother of Dominique, who's also another girl with R. Kelly. She's gone to check up on her daughter and she's found Joycelyn.
She said she called a hotel that she knows that Rob normally frequents and books them at. So she called and she asked for her daughter by name and they transferred to the room. But she said it sounds like my daughter picked up.
So essentially Joycelyn is not going to be at the concert because she's in LA?
No. If she's really there in LA, she won't be at the concert.
No, there's no way. Let's pull over and get some gas.
It seems that Dominique, the woman that's with Joycelyn, wants to leave R. Kelly. This is a massive moment.
Is this the first time someone's seemingly found their daughter and can take them away?
Yes. And it's something that I haven't been close to ever in this whole journey at all. And it's emotional. I don't know what to expect. I know if that was me and my daughter was there and I was there and there's another lady's daughter there, I would get both of them and bring them home, you know, and get them the counseling that they're needing and take them away from this. But she was saying she's just gonna take her daughter home, and maybe I'm being selfish, but I think I would grab both girls. It's never been about R. Kelly. It's always been about saving these women and then him going to jail or going to get some counseling. But it's always been about saving these girls and bringing these girls out of this situation. I don't know. We may be at a turning point. Hopefully. Only time will tell.
I suppose it kind of shows how much this takes over your life.
Yes. A lot. Tremendous. You know, we've dedicated 100% of our time trying to get our daughter back.
It's a 36-hour drive to Los Angeles, and there are no flights until tomorrow morning.
That's what we're trying to
We head back to Atlanta and wait for news.
I don't know.
The other woman, Dominique, has left the hotel to join her mother. Joycelyn is still inside. The Savages have finally been able to send a cousin, who lives in Los Angeles, to the hotel to try and speak to Joycelyn.
So what's happening?
The police is there. They're trying to get get my daughter out the room. She wouldn't come out the room. She was on the phone with someone and she was apologizing for letting the other girl go.
How did Dominique make it out?
She ran across the street where her mom was waiting for her. My mom would never leave that area till she got her daughter.
The police want to do a wellness check on Joycelyn, but they can't get into her room to talk to her.
Yeah, she's not answering the door, so they're going to have to break the door down.
The manager can't open the door with a key?
No, she got the lock. She got the lock on it.
That's crazy. This is horrible.
I have to. She's not even answering.
The lock.
Oh, gosh.
Finally, the police break the door down.
They broke the door down?
Yeah. You know what? The police is talking to her.
She's there.
Yeah.
She coming out?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, I think they forced out.
Now, who's forcing a grown woman out of her hotel room? Y'all see how they made this lie up? Why we don't hear the police breaking the door down? Why we don't hear the police talking to Joycelyn? Why we don't hear Joycelyn talk? But Dominique's mom was lying the whole time. First is, oh, I'm going to see if Joycelyn comes with me. Oh, the police is here. Oh, the police is talking to her. Oh, the police got to break the door down. Oh, she, like, all this happening every 3 seconds? Why she didn't put it on FaceTime? And then this dumb guy from the UK, oh, this is a big break. The police start knocking down the door. Why would the police knock down the door, dummy, for a grown woman that's a guest at a hotel? Make it make sense. She's not a minor. Rkelly wasn't there. Nobody was in harm's way. But this dumb documentary dude didn't do his research and put this stuff out on a documentary and made it seem like Dominique's mom was rescuing Dominique. The police came up. Where's the receipts for this stuff? They knew this guy was coming, so they called Dominique's mom ahead of time. They knew she was filming. They needed a storyline.
Calm down. Take slow breaths. Be careful what you say at this point.
The police is talking to her, so they're going to try to make her leave.
Make her leave and go where?
Johnson.
She don't have to help. Maybe hopefully she'll come with me.
She needs to go with her in a safe place and go from there. And we'll be on the next flight to LA.
You've nearly got her.
Yeah.
Hey, who's this?
But after half an hour of waiting, the Savage's cousin has sad news.
You know what? The police is talking to her. I don't know. You know, she don't want to come.
They won't let you talk to her that out. They won't let you even talk to her.
No. She's Joycelyn does not want to leave. She literally is telling them she don't want to have nothing to do with you guys. She just want to be left alone.
That what she told the police?
She wanted to be left alone. They said she was reasonable. She showed no signs of harming herself or anything.
Oh, gosh, this is horrible. Thank you for going out there.
Okay.
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 All right.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
How did you feel then?
I just feel like he's won.
He's got what he wanted.
How did Robert win and he wasn't even at the hotel? Make it make sense.
You've nearly got it.
Yeah. Hey, who's this?
But after half an hour of waiting, the Savage's cousin has sad news.
You know what? The police is talking to her. I don't know. You know, she don't want to come.
They won't let you talk to her that all. They won't let you even talk to her.
No. She's Joycelyn does not want to leave. She literally is telling them she don't want to have nothing to do with you guys. She just want to be left alone.
That what she told the police?
She wanted to be left alone. They said she was reasonable. She showed no signs of harming herself or anything.
How did you feel?
I just feel like he's won. He's got what he wanted. To turn against a family, to be submissive to whatever he wants.
See ya.
All right. Thanks, man.
Thank you very much. So it's now 3:30 in the morning, and that was a emotional night. And all I could think throughout all of it was, even if these girls do love Rkelly, why are they not talking to their parents? You know, they could get the press off their back. They could just make life so much easier for themselves, but they refuse to do so, or they're stopped from doing so. And that is what makes me think something is seriously wrong. Hey guys, how's it going? Good morning. Nice to see you again.
Hey, Mr. Mason. We had a long night yesterday trying to get the girls. We found out where the girls were.
So this on the phone right now is James Mason, who is Rkelly's manager. And the interesting thing is that he is literally saying he knows nothing about what happened last night. And he seems to be fishing for information on what the Savage family know.
Hey, Mr. Mason, I have somebody else want to talk to you since you called.
Hey, Mr. Mason, it's Benjamin Zahn from the BBC here. I'm wondering why Rkelly is scared to address these claims in an interview. Can you tell me why he won't actually do an interview about this? It seems like, you know, these are allegations he should be addressing. They're quite serious. I was with the Savage's family yesterday as they were getting phone calls about their daughter. The police were there. Why is Robert Kelly not willing to actually talk about this publicly? I mean, your name is not Mr. Mason. What are you talking about? You've been addressing the fact that you've been being addressed as Mr. Mason the whole time you've been on this phone call. What are you worried about? Why won't you address this? Is your name? Rkelly's now in the headlines, but the stories about the singer's alleged treatment of women have been running for over 20 years. One of the first women to speak out against him was Lisa Van Allen.
There she is.
Hey Lisa, how's it going?
I'm Ben.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Lisa had a 9-year relationship with Kelly in the 1990s.
How does your experience, because I suppose you were there, you know, pretty early on in all of this. How does your experience kind of tally up with what people are saying lately?
He was always controlling. He always wanted total control over everything.
How? What did he do?
If we were having sex, it wouldn't be a natural occurrence. If you have sex with him, he's talking you through every moment of it. He's telling you what sounds to make, what position to lay in, where to touch this, him or her or whatever, you know. He's controlling. Like, he has to have total control over it. If you exercise your own free will or just try to do something on your own, he'll get an attitude.
Was it ever enjoyable? Was it ever a nice relationship?
Yeah, I did have good times with him. So that's part of the reason why I was able to stick around so long, because it wasn't just that, you know what I mean? But I did realize that he had a problem and I couldn't fix it, you know, so.
What was the problem?
That he liked young girls, you know, not even women. He likes young girls. I mean, when I realized, you know, because when I first started dating him, I was 17. So I didn't realize that he really liked young girls. I just thought he liked me.
Are you suggesting he's a pedophile?
Yes, I am. Definitely. I mean, I've had sex with him with a 14-year-old. I didn't even know she was 14 at the time.
Kelly's alleged interest in young girls became the subject of a trial in 2008. He was accused of having sex with a 14-year-old girl and charged with child pornography for making a tape of the encounter. He denied the allegations and the girl did not testify. The singer was acquitted.
Is the 14-year-old, is she the girl in the sex tape?
Yes. They'd leave her at the studio and then he'd have sex with her once her parents left.
People have made allegations, no one's actually seen it with their own eyes. Everyone says, I've thought something, but I never actually saw it. You're the first person I've spoken to that actually saw it.
No, yeah, I've seen it. I was involved in it, so. When he was having sex with her, you know, he was saying, you giving daddy that 14-year-old pussy? And she asked daddy this 14-year-old pussy. Yeah, they kept saying it on the tape.
Lisa was a star witness, but one problem for the prosecution was that she was revealed to have taken another sex tape from Rkelly. It was alleged that she had tried to sell it back to the singer.
When they had me on the stand, they didn't really ask me anything about Rob. They were pretty much asking me about me and trying to tear me down, you know what I mean? So to make me not credible. They were trying to say I tried to extort him